طبعا هنا ارتئينا انه هذه تصب في مستهدفات 2030 ورسمنا خارطة الطريق التي حقيقة تنقلنا مملكة تساهم في الاقتصاد، تساهم في تحقيق مستهدفات وطموحات الرؤية 2030، كذلك أنها لها دور رئيسي في الاستدامة والتنوع الاقتصادي والتنمية الاجتماعية. طبعا هنا بعض الصور للمانجروف الحقيقة الموجودة الآن عندنا، وبعض الصور موجودة في البحر الأحمر. وإحنا اليوم ارتئينا أن يكون عندنا بنش مارك مشابه لبعض الدول. اليوم المانجروف بلانتيشن وحمايته هي من أسس الاستدامة البيئية. طبعا وجود المانجروف هو حماية للشواطئ البحرية، خصوصا من التيارات البحرية، من تسونامي. أيضا مثل ما ذكرت لكم الكربون دايوكسيد ابزوربشن. طبعا ecosystem هنا provide valuable resource and ecosystem service including fisher habitat, timber and non-timber forest production by investing in sustainable management practice and ecotourism initiatives centered around the mangrove. Saudi Arabia can be capitalized on this natural assist while promoting economic growth and job creation. Here, in terms of social development, mangrove plantation and production offer opportunity for community engagement and empowerment involving local community and conservation efforts, not only foster and a sense of environmental but also it generates employment and income opportunity. Furthermore, education and awareness program focused in mangrove ecosystem can enhance environmental literacy and promote sustainable lifestyle among the populace. And this slide, ecosystem services, we can here incoming generation for coastal communities, diverse habitat for many life, including economically important species, buffer against coastal erosion and protection from the storm, blue carbon storage, part of the ecosystem linked with coral reefs and seagrasses, preserve water quality by pollutant filtration, fodder for animals, a source of timber for building and other uses. Mangrove trees in the coastal edge make clarification for the seawater, and we are going to make a public beach in this area. Also here, livelihood and economic benefits. Traditional livelihood, fishing and ecotourism all contribute to the local economy that are supported by mangrove ecosystem. Mangrove provides spawning ground and nursery habitat for commercial important fish and shellfish species, which are vital to fish communities. Mangrove areas see an influx of visitors thanks to ecotourism activity like bird watching, kayak, and guiding tours, which bring in money for the surrounding community. Here, this is a slide, the coastal ecosystem, how making absorbance for the CO2, and you see the road exuded and organic, carbon organic, how they also capture methane and make a deposition. Here, sustainable goal development goals. Mangrove plantation aligned with several sustainable development outlined by United Nations. Goal 14, life below the water. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 15, life on land. Also, goal 1 is no poverty, and goal 2 is zero hunger. This goal 11 is sustainable cities and communities by conserving and restoring mangrove ecosystem. Country can contribute to achieving this goal by promoting biodiversity conservation and mitigation climate change, reducing poverty, enhancing food security, creating employment opportunity, and fostering resilient, and sustainable community. Here in this slide, this is the mangrove right now, what is available in Tarut and Darin. And in this area, we wanted to replant all the mangrove. And this, in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, represented a significant environmental initiative aimed at preserving coastal ecosystem and enhancing biodiversity. The establishment of mangrove plantation in the eastern province underscores Saudi Arabia's commitment to sustainable development and environmental conservation. Through careful planning and management, these initiatives aid to restore degraded coastal areas, mitigate the impact of climate change, and promote the overall health and resilience of coastal ecosystem. Here, this is the coral reef and mangrove. We have to keep it. And coastal area in this eastern routes are susceptible to degradation due to factors such as erosion, habitat destruction, and pollution. Mangrove plantation help mitigate this issue by stabilization coastline, preventing erosion, and providing buffer against storm surging and tidal waves. Loss of biodiversity, coastal development, and habitat destruction have led to decline in biodiversity in the region. Mangrove ecosystems support a wide variety of plant and animal species, including fish, birds, and marine invertebrates. By restoring mangrove habitat, and the initiatives aim to promote the biodiversity and protect endangered species. Climate change. Mangrove play, as we told before, in climate change mitigation and adaptation. These sequester large amount of carbon dioxide from atmosphere, helping to mitigate greenhouse gas emission. Also, mangrove act as natural barriers against sea level rise and extreme weather event, making coastal community more resilient to the impact of climate change. Plant compartment, the mangrove tree, the water, soil liquid phases, and soil solid phases, soil compartment, and hydrodynamic and water quality models. By doing this equation, sustainable resource management, mangrove ecosystem provide valuable resources such as fish and shellfish to local community. Sustainable management for mangrove resource is essential to ensure the long-term viability of this ecosystem and the livelihood of coastal community. Ecosystem service of mangrove. This is the main objective. We are looking for biodiversity, tourism, timber, water filtration, fishery, carbon sink, coastal protection, and the climate and pollution control. This is one of our goals to keep the birds and biodiversity in this area. Habitat fragmentation. Urbanization and coastal development can lead to habitat fragmentation, where mangrove forests are divided into smaller isolated patches. Fragmentation can limit genetic diversity, reduce wildlife habitat, and increase vulnerability to environmental stresses such as storm and climate change. Also, this is the impact of climate change. Here, invasive species, the introduction of non-native plant and animal species can disturb native ecosystem and outcompete native mangrove species for resources. It can be alter habitat structure, reduce biodiversity, and compromise the resilience of mangrove ecosystem to environmental disturbance. Also, this is the illegal harvesting and land conservation. Lack of awareness and conservation efforts. The response strength of the legal protection status of mangrove, co-management of reservoir integrate land use planning, information and knowledge management, institutional strength, education and awareness raising, pressures, population growth, pollution, wastewater disposal, tourism development, aquaculture, energy and mining, and educate use of biodiversity, climate change and severe weather, geological events, invasive and exotic species. The state is mangrove fragmentation, habitat loss and reduced coverage, mangrove and habitat degradation. Here is the way forward. The future of mangrove plantation and production is intricately linked with Saudi Arabia 2030 vision, a visionary roadmap designed to propel the kingdom towards and sustainable future. As a part of this ambition initiative and the preservation and sustainable mangrove of natural resources, including mangrove ecosystem, are paramount. By aligning mangrove conservation efforts with the goals of 2030 vision, Saudi Arabia aims to foster environmental sustainability, economic diversification, and social development. One key aspect of the way for the mangrove plantation and production is integration of conservation efforts into broader national development strategy. This involves incorporating mangrove preservation into policies and initiatives aimed at enhancing environmental resilience, promoting ecotourism, and safeguard biodiversity. Furthermore, the way forward for the mangrove plantation involves delivering technological advancement and innovative solutions to enhance conservation efforts, embracing cutting-edge research, remote sensing technology, and community engagement initiatives can empower stakeholders to monitor mangrove ecosystem effectively. Conclusion, the future of mangrove plantation production in Saudi Arabia is closely intertwined with the kingdom's overarching vision for sustainable development. By prioritizing mangrove conservation as a part of its strategic agenda, Saudi Arabia can achieve harmonious balance between environmental stewardship, economic prosperity, and societal well-being, thereby paving the way for the resilient and thriving future. Thank you for your listening, and I'm ready to answer any question.
الإنجازات الرائعة والأرقام الكبيرة والإنجازات الاحتياطية لما قد يحصل حتى لا قدر الله من كوارث، واستخدام هذه الابتكارات والأفكار الرائعة. وأتمنى أن يكون قد استمع إلى الدكتور عطاس بالأمس كيف وصلوا بابتكاراتهم في تلقيح المانجروف باستخدام النحل. فتحية كبيرة لمتحدثنا الدكتور محمد المطير، تحية كبيرة، أهلا وسهلا. المتحدثة القادمة قبل أن أتحدث عنها أو أذكر اسمها علمتني أن الاستدامة ليست فقط للبيئة.
That the sustainability is not only for the environment. Sustainability means planting, means the agriculture, means the many things. This Salvador, I was there in the tracking. I have reached to the Mertors Park. Did you imagine that someone which is wearing the Islamic uniform and speaks with a Filipino worker. This is the dialogue on which we are seeing how can we accept the other. So if we have spoken about the electronic, the iPads and the self devices, how can we find the alternatives? When she has taught me during my preparing session for this panel that many of the things, psychological matters, many things, the life, we should continue to include the sustainability. See, she's a visionary leader, قائدة وصاحبة رؤية. Why? We have started after the sessions and the meetings of Lisa. We have got also the initiative of the tree library. I didn't want to speak a lot about what she will say. So who will be with her? Her sister, her friend, all one team. They are working in the surrounding environment. They are park you know that to be successful person. So we'll salute His Royal Highness Mirsha Shalan. So we will ion air for a session panel. Great solution for Her Excellency Princess Noura Al Saud. The name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Because we are making on YouTube, so when you will be on YouTube, let us use during with a fire to be firewood. Thanks a lot for your awareness. Thanks a lot for your speaking, for your dialogues, for your participations into this. How is the idea and how you have chosen Iron Earth? The Iron Earth, I would like to thank Ministry of Commerce because they have granted us some titles and names. So we have searched for a meaningful title or name in order to impact on the people and have a vision. If we have looked to the titles and the names of the companies, everything will be changed. But we have chosen a unified name. So we have taken Aeon, which has been taken from Infinity, a limited time name, as it was. It has also another. It has scientific and philosophy meaning. Why me and Michelle, we have started to work. The important thing is developing the human being, not the environment, not the society, not the community, but how to develop the society's economy and social activities. We have started with 2012, then we have gone through the fuel and power and the climate as well. So we have noticed how the world negotiations are being different around the climate change. At the same time, we can say that the power and the fuel which we are using is the base of the civilization. We will not be abandon all of this, especially we are in Saudi Arabia, we are exporting the oil. So we have started in the intersection between the power, the fuel and the climate. So we have worked. We have spoken about the policies of the climate change, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as we have worked in the sustainability of the energy, and as we worked on the concept in an integrated way, environmental sustainability, sustainability of energy, sustainability of the social point of view. We cannot speak about sustainability alone, but we have to make a mission among all of this. So we have started in specific project regarding some projects, as we have made the UN society, which is non-profitable entity or organizations, so as we are contacting with the experts in everything, environment, the society, in all the experts in any way. And the most important with this, we have concentrated, focused on the students. We will have a question. My first question will be, is it available to cooperation with you, which are opening the people in order to come and make discussion and negotiate? We can look at this in a very huge view. Now we cannot this in the Eastern. We can see that the Red Sea company has 24 innovation. It's so great. We can seek, or can we see innovation together, all the various entities? Of course, we can do this. We have started sustainability talk, as we have found that many people are coming for us and sharing us for this. We targeted to have some small groups, because if we have more than 40-30 persons groups, the negotiation will not be unuseful. So we have chosen some experts to speak about some specific topics, with the time. We have established the trees library, each a program, in order to gather who are concerned and focus on this in this field and the various fields. We have mentioned there are some huge projects, and there are some clear intent from the leaders and the government, but the person doesn't know how can activate with these projects. So he will know that this entity is the responsible. But actually, if the person didn't believe in right way into these projects, he will not have the required potential which we want. So the idea of this together between the concerned person and the experts, to make some of the talks and negotiations in between both of this, and to present their initiatives and their ideas, whatever it will be, technological ideas or environmental talks. The idea is this is the place for the all. We can say it's here in Riyadh now by our office, such as the physical space, but anyone can get through the platforms and start his registration, and with the time there will be some projects and initiatives which will be in contact with the concerned person. The idea is not only in Riyadh, but in all over the kingdom. We have made Ashgar Library in any place concerned with the scientific research, so this will gather the experts and scientific experts, as we are working as well in some of the African countries. The idea to have some of the local culture of this country into Africa, they by themselves they will have an active role to develop the social connection or the social relations. So the most important for you not only to make some environmental negotiations or matters, but to make how to make a link among or a linkage between all the parts of the society. So we are searching for what the relation of the person with his community, because if he has missed the end of this part, he will lose everything relating to his community. This is wonderful. As we have said, that the initiative of the kingdom is not only for the kingdom or the Middle East, but we can note that this green initiative for the kingdom have reached to all over the world. I have spoken in this regard with Mr. Harada, the Japanese minister. He has said the same, that if we didn't care of the person, we will not do anything in this regard. So we have cared. He has said that we have cared at first with the school, primary school, who have worked on their school, their park, their playgrounds. Are there, so accordingly, are there any program for the kids you can coordinate with the Ministry of Education? Of course, all the concerned entities to work together is so great. So Ministry of Education has many initiatives. We don't have any initiative with them, but in future we hope we have initiative. We are thinking in sustainability and psychological and health sustainability, One Health culture. And when we are working with this project, what about the role of the culture in the psychology also? We are making some gathering among these matters, even through the education. If we have gathered all of this to let the people think about this, and we are planting some tree for something, if we have thought or let them thought as a full or integrated system, the information will be reached easily to those people, as it will be better than only planting a tree without giving the information in this regard. So the working on the education aspect and awareness is so important, but it will need to have an integrated system in order to be sustainability. You are so right, Your Highness, because we have 6 minutes. Do you have any questions before our continues? You have spoken about some different ideas and fields. What about your next project for IONS? We will announce, but you can visit the platform of Tree Library. You will know a lot about this. But I would like to tell you why we have established this, and we have made this trees library more than we are for more than 10 years. We are working on many things regarding the changing of the climate or climate change, energy sustainability of energy, carbon economy as well. If you have spoken with any person in this regarding this, how many hectares you have maintained, it will be so difficult for you to get some specified outcomes or answers. So the students and their engagement into this information. So we have worked on how they will keep on their engagement and they will develop these ideas. Even if we have spoken about the carbon throws, so we will search for the most important matters which are being needed for the community. You have mentioned some point how the students, how the kids are being taught from their parents and their society. There are some things so important when we are speaking about some things like this. For example, if there is some penalty, of course, the person will feel of his credibility. Some person, I have looked at him, he's drinking some, and the bottle at the end he has thrown in on this. So I have told why this, it will be better for you to keep on your society, your cleanness for your society. I have spoken with some persons who lives in a tribe in south of Riyadh. He has told us that long time ago from many places around the Gulf, some caravans are coming and fishing or hunting. I was gonna ban them and take what they are leaving and collect all of this. So let's look at this sample, how they have kept on their world, how they kept on their environment, nature of their environment, and how they have got the responsibility of this. So wonderful. So you should have some sessions and the meetings. If we have spoken with the partial sector, when they were making some advertising on a TV, they have noted that the purchasing of this was increasing, but now they can't find anything if they have made some these advertising campaigns. So why? Because through the social media and through their mobiles, they have everything, and the advertising and the activation with the advertising, we can say 0.5. In the last campaign, we have cooperated with the consumption through the social media. The matter of this has been increased to 11%. So if we have used the technological tools and equipment, the matters will be developed and everything will be okay. So after this session, we will be in contact in order to find many things. If some person has thrown this, when I have wanted to pick up this, so your reaction will be something ideal and good. He has told me, no, I am the one who will pick up. So I have taken this trash bottle, and if I have some sack or bag and put it into my car, it will be okay, and you will do everything. So if you have an ideal or you have become an idol for the others, anyways, it will not be available. Last word, Your Highness. Mike, please, because you have a question. Two questions. I hope to finish all of this. Mike, please. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks a lot for Her Excellency the Princess. I am visiting to the kingdom. I have noticed a very important note that she is depending on all of her work on the awareness of the person. As establishment system is different. Do you have program for developing of the culture of providing the persons with the awareness? We are speaking by adopting what is in Google, what is in the center. But if you would like to make awareness for the society, there's some philosophical case. Do you have a program for this? And there is another important question. Do you have an identification for the sustainability through the tree library project? Before answering, you will take the second question. The mic, please, because our time is so limited. Assalamu alaikum. Engineer, Mohandis, Majid. I would like to answer the question of identification of sustainability, the goals of the United Nations for the Sustainability Development has issued after or before the responsible countries which are responsible for the sustainability. They are in these countries the companies of the industrial development. If you would like to or started to develop some some things which impact on the nature of this case, this will not be considered among the sustainability if you have used any of the impacted. So the committee of the sustainability into and development into the United Nations, they have called it sustainable. The Arab League in New York office has stayed for many days to translate the word استدامة or sustainability. So, and at the end they have agreed to be sustainability. It includes the environment, including the social and the economic development. They are saying the sustainability era. I have, regarding the awareness in the kingdom, the development and the economic council, there is the strategy committee, leadership is His Royal Highness Crown Prince. So any entity wants to make any works in this, they will start their initiative and call what they want. But now the environmental media, including everything, whatever, visual, audio visual, or reading, they should adopt their national strategy for the environmental media. This will include initiatives, projects, they will design the required plans for this. Thanks for all of you. Thanks for all of you. If you have any. So there's a good suggestion relating environmental media to be adopted. In EON we have some programs because it will be available for the person. There are awareness programs, education, capacity building programs. All of these programs we are working on. In addition to the tree library, what the meaning of is sustainability was it's the applicable conception for this to maintain, to contain on all of this and to be for a longer time. So we are looking for this through the concept of the United Nations, which is sustainability of the society or communities, to have environmental sustainability, cultural, educational, health. All of these will be under the scientific sustainability. All of these matters. It's not only one concept. If you are making this in many factors, you will be need for many things. All to do this for sectoral sustainability. But what about your sustainability? What you will sustain? What you will sustain? Even the academic individuals are working. We are of course we have developed on what on account, but on the planet on which we are living. So we should revive this society, revive our community before our starting the sustainability, and to be conform or sure, and to confirm or sure the welfare and to keep all of our fortunes for the next generations. If we have achieved or made the visions, so thanks for this, and we thanks for Her Highness Noura bin Saud. Souvenirs for you, Your Highness. The next panel is an example for inability of the women into the government sector, and we will see the achievements if we have enabled the women. We have said that they have got 2/3 of awards of Minister of Health, and the moderator of the second panel with many of her team, great achievements, wonderful discussions, as we will speak with her personally at the end of our day. Nadia Khalid Al-Amoudi. Good morning, all of you. Good morning. May Allah bless all of you. Thanks for your coming. You have pleased us by the second day at the first forum on the kingdom. Have promised YouTube and Twitter, X platform, and the Saudi channel to tell all of them good morning. May Allah bless you virtually. And for all have attended, and good morning all of you. The development is a request and a need for any certain community, as it's the indicator for welfare of the people and their lives. But the balance should be how can expand all of our actions, and in addition to the pure and sustainability of our air, water, without any pollution. Many of the countries, some countries have achieved all of this, and they have passed the balance in between the economic development and the environmental development, as they have achieved these achievements. They have discussed the purification of the water, health and air as well, because we are our ambitious country, so we are making some of our great success into this. We will discuss into this panel by our available experts and experience the aspect of the welfare of the persons and the economic welfare of those. Let's praise and congratulate our guests. As you will know, I promise you that you will know many of their knowledge. Engineer Hamad Al-Katham, sustainable expert in the non-profitable sector. Ms. Sarah Mawad, Director of Strategic. Engineer Abdulrahman Sadlan, Senior Vice President, Project Development and Engineering of Madin. Ms. Riem Saraj Al-Halawani, Environmental Protections, in addition to Engineer Ahmed Habbarih, in the NCEC. Good morning, all of you. May Allah bless all of you. I confirm that I'm so happy in personally to know all of you, as I thank you for your being among our panel into this forum. We will speak spontaneously, as we will speak about your experiences. Let's start with the expert sustainable, as you are an expert in the sustainable development. What about the impact of this on the environmental development and how it will impact the life of the people? Thanks a lot for the question. Thanks for hosting. In summary, I'll give a simple introduction. When we are speaking about the environment, We are among the environment, so we want to let the people know many things about this. We have a professor, he was a colleague. Let me taste our honey. They have walked to the tree on which the honey is. They were singing during their walking, and they are asking when they have reached to the colony of the honey, they have taken a lot from this colony of the honey. Please, he asked them why you have taken all of this and why you, what's the topic of your singing. During ours, they have answered. They were through our song. We were spoken about that we are apologizing that we will take this part from the colony of the bees. In addition, we so apologize. We'll apologize for the as we have left some of the colony for the bees in order to continue in each in their production. So if we have spoken about this in depth, if we have spoken about the planet and the earth, no existing for the people if the planet didn't breathe in systemic way. If so, the person will have no idea if he has no community. So there's no any life. So in wonderful life, there's no wonderful safety for the people if we didn't have the triple sustainable and to be cooperate in which. So the economy is a science of the sociology. So the dealing, it's the same with the dealing with the planet. We are some of the ecosystem. One of my colleagues, he has planted only 5 trees. They have reached now and amounted now to 500. Oh God, he had told me there is no any fruits from this plant. I have answered them in order to let the plant to breathe, and the peace will to the peace, and the plant will be through the trees. It's among what's greatest we have in the resources, investment, and sustainability. If we have spoken about the plant and the earth or soil, let me ask Abdalrahman. You are معادن company. You are using the required or the proper investment in order to invest what's underground. What about your plans in this, and what about you utilize among this and also achieve the welfare for life of the people? Good morning, all of you. Thanks for all of our colleagues and letting Maadin to be one of attendance into this conference. The mining sector is one of the main sectors into the kingdom, and the kingdom working with this in order to be third pillar in after the petrochemical and energy. The mining sectors has its beneficiary, which increasing GDP and increasing the employment through the human sector. The mining has put into its strategic plan how to be care of the environmental aspects through many changes. So among the strategic pillars toward the environmental matters, so we have mentioned the strategies of sustainable mining, as well as so some limitations, limitations on the mining sectors and how the projects will be. We have both some developing objectives such as CO2 emissions, that how we can use the salinated or treated water, the clean energy to achieve the objectives of معادن strategy. In regarding the development and research, we are investing in developing the clean energy or power, the CO2 capture projects. We have aimed to utilize the underground water by using treated water. So Ma'aden is using today 40% of their needs through the treated or the handled water, as in the projects of the north from Troyevsk, Kaka and Abba. We can see that all the matters relating to the manufacture of the gold are using the treated water, especially in Taifa Zeno. So Ma'aden company has paid its attention for, thanks God, this as a result of efforts of the company in sustainability of the environmental objectives. If we have benefit from your kind answer, Engineer Abdulrahman, what was the balance? How can you utilize the fortunes which are available in the grounds with the practices of Ma'aden company to utilize all of these matters? Is it available? Is it good? Yes, we can say yes. We are working with phosphate, aluminum, gold, and all the other matters. Ma'aden has decided to put the first object to maximize value capturing for industry sectors in the kingdom. 99% from the gold, phosphate, aluminum have been captured in the kingdom. What are being gone out from the kingdom as exports are considered the final products. As we have also environmental impact in addition to economic impact, so we are developing these far ways areas to develop the education, investment in the smaller media businesses to develop the relation between the industry into these areas and the local communities into these areas. هذا إسهام كثير، كما أننا نضيف الكثير من الناتج المحلي وكذلك المعارف المتعلقة بالمملكة. I know that the kingdom has an ambitious strategy for the mining, as we know very well that you have adopted the environmental point of view in this aspect, as we know that we are benefited through the mining process, that the life of the people and its welfare are also depending on saving the power electricity. Our aspect is speaking about life quality and sustainability. What about the power company, electricity company? How they save all of these for each person and how they are providing this power at the same time and to protect the environmental aspects. Assalamu alaikum for all of you. I would like to thank you at first for your managing this panel with some great experts from all the various factors and fields. On behalf of Saudi electricity company, I should thank as well in CEC to provide us the opportunity to speak about these topics. Providing and saving the power, it's so important quality of the people's life, as there are some increasing into for asking for the power and electricity and enhancing the economy. So the company is paying its attention in order to make a balance between keeping a sustainability of the environment and decreasing the negative impacts which may have or impact on this project. So among the main things which we are committed with, it's the environmental compliance. So the electric company, it's still compliance environmentally with all the local adopted legislations and laws. In addition, although the world or the global standards in this field, as we have initiated the company has made some studies for all of its establishments, they have made and offered the corrected plans in order for commitment with. They are monitoring and following up how all of these will be achieved in continuity with the center through some standards which are done with ISO 141, as well as using the proper solutions in order to follow up all of these plans. Among the most important, which is paid by the company, is issuing the license and the environmental approvals for the operational cases, and also in case of the closing. Among the things which is distinguished of the company is monitoring the environmental performance for all the establishments, as well as putting some clear objectives, as well as following up as well the indicators in order to raise the levels of the environmental performance. The company was among the first companies which have issued some of the reports. The first report was 2019, and annually we are issuing these reports regarding the improvements. This is among of our huge works regarding environmental compliance. There are some things the company has worked integrally in all of its activities and sites to be with the vision of the Kingdom 2030. Among the most important, it's initiating the sustainability strategy, as we are concentrating or focusing on the sustainability of the environment. Among of the most important, the vital variations, and regarding the climate change. In last December, the company has announced that to be zero in 2025 through the plans which have been designed by the companies. The company has many initiatives into this. Among of this is raising up quality or qualification of producing of the energy, as well as storing carbon and CO2 capturing and some solutions as well. In addition to initiatives which are relating to the energy regarding the bio-vitality, which I like so much. The company has many fields and many projects in the bio variations. First of all, how they protect the coastal areas. There are some regular circular searches and surveys on the marine brooks to study the marine status and to be sure that there is no any harmness in these fields. There are also some intention for protecting the wildlife with the cooperation with the wildlife center. The company has installed some isolations or isolators in order to protect this wildlife. Regarding the planting hub, Also the company has used its efforts to put some new projects regarding and to be sure that any trees into this area will be cared and it will be transferred to another region or areas in order not to be harmed any of this. There was a conference of Hub 28. The company has signed an agreement for planting 5 million trees. All of these works by God willing it will be documented and it will be for the carbon. I apologize for my speaking a lot, but I can say that efforts of the company will need a lot of time in order to speak about. If we have spoken about the company, it's among of the leading companies into, may Allah bless all of your efforts. But there is another question I should say, what about the collaboration among or between the private, among the sectors, non-benefit sector, government and private sectors? Let me ask Ms. Sarah, how do you see Ministry of Human Resources, how they enhance through your initiatives which invoke the private sector to adopt many of this? Then of Allah, good morning all of you. The giving, it's a value emerged from our Islamic culture, from our Islamic and Arabic culture. It's so clear in all of our Islamic communities for the charity works. It's inherited matter. The charity works are inherited into our communities and services. So it's so clear to get all of this information from our communities at the beginning of the efforts of the ministry in measuring their participation. We have started in 2019 by making a field survey in the big areas into the kingdom. The disclosure was nearly 194 million real, and the last one was 2022 because 2023 is gonna be now. In 2022, the disclosure about participation for the social, it has reached 525 million. It's a sample. This is regarding the size of the participations. For the nature of the participations at the beginning of the ministry in evaluating the status quo or the current positions and how is the private government non-benefit sectors among all of this based on many tools such as workshops in any of these sectors with through some international and local experts. The ministry has put the concept of the social responsibility. Firstly, it's optional matter for making a sustainable impact on the development of the society, whatever, also on the economy and community through its internal and out responsibility, meaning the responsibility of the company starting from internal at first. So if we have said the company that has paid some amount in some initiative, but there is some delay in payment the salaries of the workers. So how the company will work if it has failed in something inner itself, because in this case it will not be, the company will not commit or abide by the commitments or instructions which have been issued by the ministry. How this? So the labor system stated any company is employing 50 employee or more, it must train 12% among of its employees annually. If the company has trained this figure, this number, this means that there's a commitment by the company. But if they have increased, only by 1% over 12%, this means that the company has fulfilled its responsibility toward the society in addition to the wealth and the greatness which will be impacted on its employees in addition to the society. If we have spoken about the environment, any company want to rationalize the vital resource such as the water. If the company has used the most updated equipment or device in order to rationalize its consumption of the water, for example, such as sensors, we can say it's not only a wonderful company, but also it's a responsible. It's the company has its responsibility, social and or environmental company. If we have spoken about the company regarding the environmental responsibility or compliance, we can say that the company has gathered all who are concerned inside of it to develop and to raise awareness of the practices, because it didn't limit, but it has searched for sustainable effort. And this platform supporting the private sector's companies to raise up and to increase their initiatives, as it asks the public or government companies and public sector governments in order to activate its works and its activities. We can see through the platform we have 93 entity, including Ministry of Environment. We can say that there are many licensed entities and the companies. This platform has been started on the national day, on the first national day for the environmental responsibility. It was we have deducted more than 1 million billion from this small number of the companies. So we can say if we have more recorded companies, we will have a lot. So from this point of view, I would like to invite you all to record and to register through this platform. So if I have made a brief between the beginning and last of the negotiation, we can say that the welfare is so fortunate, as well as the platform has helped in the documentation and registration as well, in order to direct the environmental responsibility toward the right and the proper way. Please. These efforts have helped to put the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the 20th rank on the international indicator. So excellent, wonderful. Let's speak with the representative of the government sector, Engineer Ahmed, among the compliance and the monitoring, how the National Center for the Environmental Compliance, how they make some welfare for the people and how they save their, at the same time how they will contain on the natural resources. Good morning. Quality of the life is among of the most important indicators for the vision, as we will not achieve at all if there was no collaboration among the all. If we have spoken the noisy, the soil, we have kept in the national center for or as of issuing the licenses, but putting some regulations to keep on the monitoring and operating, as we should eliminate all the negative effects. It's impossible for us to use the term of no prevent, but we should search how to eliminate, how to decrease any impacts or negative impact factors. We have in the monitoring department, we have spread some things which are caring of purification or good quality of the air. If there is some violation for this, whatever it will be from the industrial or from the human aspects or factors. So if there is any entity will add some products, they should put into consideration all the results which will be happening through this project. This is very hairy things. Regarding the noise, we have brought many devices in this regard in order to measure the noisy measures. If we have increased 75 decibel, we will not have any calm sleeping. This will affect another thing. So we have to put this into considerations. There are some control measures. We commit any party or any entity to be adopted in order to not to allow for them to increase their violation or to make any violations. So these forums or these forums such as this forum is one of the important things for adopting or committing with a compliance and commitment. If we would like to speak about into this great country, we should put into our thoughts how can we deal the right way with everything. For example, the waste is we will have a sack or a bag in order to collect or gather all of these wastes or rubbish. If we have made this and to put it in the proper way, if we have made this in the daily matter, of course this will impact or affect all of our family, and they will adopt. We will be some examples or ideals for our children and for our people. If Dr. Abdullah Sibai has mentioned yesterday that also he has spoken about wastes of the food. Is it an Islamic case? He said the sayings of the Prophet, may Allah bless him, has said as well, you should be an economic man even if you are on a river. Even yesterday, for example, we have noticed that there is wastes of 17 kilometers of the good food, which will be sufficient for many number of the people. So we should care of all of this. And finally, last, we have made with Minister of Commerce and also which should work in the restaurants. It's not forbidden to take what you have late, or in any case, if you have taken more than what you need, all of these will be wasted. No, it's not right. You should recover again. Before speaking about the social events, we have agreed as a team to end with a recommendation from our current experience, from our daily practices through our sectors, whatever it will be, profitable, non-profitable, private, government, to live for all of our in 1 minute please, what about the recommendation, call of actions, which you want to let all of this be spreaded or be valid among the people in order to affect the quality? I will only have 6 minutes. We'll take 1 minute for each one of us. As a total, we have 1,400,000 commercial register. If we have considered that there are 4,000 non-profit, we can say X out of 2. So our concept to increase our awareness, we are calling it silence. We should be activated into developing these sectors, whatever it will be. I include with, if we could make a great and an effective activity in the non-profitable companies or entities, we will have a great reward. You can imagine 10 billion, 10 million objective persons. We will have many things. It will not be the government will lead for all of this for the private sector, and in some cases we will say to the private sector that these practices will make great practices as they will achieve what we want to inform the objective persons. So please, let's start in order to keep in our environment. As I would like to tell you that any sector will not move without persons' will. If we have noticed that first of the vision programs, one of them is raising the awareness. It will need for time, money, and also some factors which will invest in all this. If we have invested for a long time in inheriting these practices into the new generations, we will make this as a style for our life. So we should start inheritage all of this through our generations. Protection of the environment is starting from responsibility of the persons or individuals. We have spoken, and my colleague Mohammed, about the greatest park which has got a record in Guinness record. I can mention before 30 years it was a popular committees which was making the protection for these environmental parks. So we can say it's individual, community, individuals, community, then so we should collaborate with the stakeholders and non-profitable entities and to implement all what we want. It's not هي ليست جزء عام مما لدينا ولكن جزء خاص ينبغي علينا جميعا أن نلتزم به. Regarding for the private sector, achieving all the self-commitment or the self-monitoring, as Engineer Al-Ghamdi has said, so that all the projects for the private sectors should care with the environmental management, also the standards inspection for all of your entities, whatever it's, regardless its size. Investment in the strategies of the environmental initiatives through the vital variations, through plantation or anything else, as we can invest into our staff as well by accumulating the courses and accumulating also the experiences with some training institutes regarding burying the carbons, everything spread the culture of the environment and the awareness for all, whatever Europe please, and also members of the sector of the community. I can say, I don't have anything to say. I can say that all of my colleagues have said many things about this. As the forwarding or the promoting of the environment is not responsible to only one person, but it's collaboration as a result of collaboration among the all in order to be some style of life and to have regarding the set we have to overcome ourselves in some positions. Don't consider some things, but if you have used this as investments into the new generations and the society, we will have many things. This improve. We have confirmed the conduct of the responsible individuals and the community. It's the focus of the economic development. As so we have got our behavior or conducts we will take for these ambitions. We know, I know sure that I cannot live at all the speaking and discussion negotiation with this wonderful team, but our time is urging us to eliminate this and to have the sustainability. May Allah bless you. Thanks for your kind listening. Thanks for your attending and through the individual channels. And thanks for your creativity and so wonderful negotiations. For group photo, we will mention some of their recommendations, advices. Enable the person to be a society, as Engineer Muhammad said. How can we enable the small, non-profitable organizations to achieve all of these achievements? Only one initiative was a main cause in putting the kingdom on the 20th rank. The topic of Muslims, how we have reached to the humanity by caring of the cables and how can we cover the cables of the electricity in order to not affect negatively or impact negatively the immigrant birds, and how to achieve all of this. Once Akbari as well has said, how can we learn from the best practices such as what have made in Japan and how they have accustomed their children to be or to keep on sustainable. Our next speaker, we can get that our forum has generated in a very great position. Chairman of Copa Hopi from Copa PMC, a chairman of IT consultant. Welcome. Sami, كيف يسالو؟ كيف يسالو؟ صباح الخير عليكم جميعا. أهلا بكم ومرحبا. أعلم أن العربية الخاصة بي ليست جيدة، وأعلم أنكم لا تتحدثون الفنلندية، وبالتالي سأتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية. ما الذي نفعله أو ما الذي نقوم به على مدار حياتي هو العمل على تطوير الأعمال وأيضا نقوم كجهات عاملة على تطوير الأعمال في كافة أنحاء العالم، ونعمل هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في منطقة الشرق الأوسط أيضا. نحن في فنلندا ركزنا على العمل في ذلك، ونرى أن النطاق الهام أو النطاقات الهامة في العالم هي منطقة الشرق الأوسط، وأهم ما فيها منطقة المملكة العربية السعودية، وذلك نحن نعمل. عندما كنت في مدرستي الأولى كنت أتحدث عن عملية إعادة تدوير في مجتمعي، ولذلك تعلمنا كيفية جمع الأوراق المرماة أو المهملة، وبالتالي كنا نمر على المدارس من أجل جمع ذلك. ولكوننا عدد من أسرة عاملة في مثل هذا المجال، ولأنه بطبيعة الحال لا يمكن أن تجد جميع الأفراد مهتمون بأمر واحد، ولكن في مجتمعك تجد منهم مهتم بهذا ومهتم بذاك، ولذلك كانت هذه من بين الهوايات المفضلة بالنسبة لي. منذ أعوام مضت كيف تعلمت كيفية ممارسة ذلك وكيفية تطوير ذلك، وبالتالي خوض الأسواق، وبطئا وخطوة بخطوة تعلمت أن أكون خبيرا في عملية إعادة التدوير. وقد لاحظت هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في عام 2011 على تقريبا أن هناك أفكار طيبة وأفكار تمتدح قد بدأت تظهر في هذا المكان، وقد كانت هناك بعض الممارسات على كيفية خوض الأسواق بهذه الصناعة وبعمليات إعادة التدوير المتعلقة بإعادة التدوير وبسرعة بالغة. كانت القضية الكبرى أن الناس أو أن الأفراد في هذا المجتمع قد بدأوا فعلا بالتعامل مع هذه الميزة، وقد بدأوا في خوض الأسواق من خلال ما يتم إعادة تدويره ومن خلال العمل العليه، وبالتالي بدأت الممارسات المتعلقة بذلك، وقد بدأوا بالفعل بعمليات الجمع لمثل هذه المهملات وبطريقة صحيحة. أستطيع أن أقول أن ذلك قد تم بالفعل عندما ظهر استعداد للمجتمع في ذلك. وجئنا من أحد بلدان العالم، وقد جئنا إلى هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، وقد جئنا إلى منطقة الخليج العربي، واستطعنا أن نرى أن هناك الكثير من الثقافات، وبالتالي رأينا أن نعمل معا وكأوروبيين. كانت هناك الممارسات الأساسية أو الفعلية، وأستطيع أن أقول أننا قد فعلنا ذلك تماما ها هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية كما نفعله في الخارج تماما. لماذا؟ لأننا في مثل هذه المجتمعات قد لاحظنا أن هناك فروقا للممارسات أو ممارسات متميزة وتعمل بجد، وقد بدأ بالفعل ما هو محلي في مثل هذا الأمر. في عام 2016 بدأنا أول مشروعاتنا، وقد صورناه على هذا النحو، وقد استخدمنا هذا الشعار الذي يصور كيفية نمو وجود المشكلة في الأساس ومن ثم العمل على حلها. ولعلكم تلاحظون من خلال هذا الوضع أستطيع أن أقول أنه لم يكن على تمامه أو في مستواه المعهود أو المستوى الذي ينبغي أن يعمل عليه، ولكن كان الأمر فيه تقلبا. فقد بدأ كما تلاحظون من 0-1، وبالتالي بدأ في عملية التطور من خلال عملية ارتفاع وعلو، ومن خلال تقليل كل الأشياء التي يمكن المهملة أو التي يمكن التخلي عنها، وبالتالي إعادتها وكيفية جمعها والتعامل معها، ومن ثم عمل مشاريع بشأنها وإنشاء المشاريع الخاصة بها. من خلال هذا الفيديو سنجد بعض الأمور. لا يوجد صوت لهذا الفيديو، أعتذر عن ذلك. بدأ هذا الأمر في الإمارات العربية المتحدة، حيث بدأت المملكة، حيث بدأت الإمارات العربية المتحدة في الإمارات العربية المتحدة في جمع في إمارة أم القوين والفجيرة. بدأوا بجمع المخلفات والتي كانت تسبب الكثير من الأزمات والمشكلات، وبالتالي بدأوا بإنشاء كما تشاهدون هذا المستوى. بإمكاننا أن نتعامل مع ما يزيد عن 300,000 طن، وقد كان يتم جمع هذه المخلفات من الأماكن المختلفة ويتم معالجتها من خلال هذه أقول أن هذه المخلفات كانت هناك تقسيمات. هذه الأطنان كانت للمخلفات العضوية وغيرها ما بين 5 إلى 15 ألف طن، وقد تم العمل على إدارة كل ذلك. وهذه الذي كانت في بداية الأعمال في المنطقة العربية، وقد كان تماما كما يتم العمل من خلال في أوروبا، وبالتالي كان هناك نتائج متسارعة من عملية الحد من مثل هذه المخلفات. وقد وضعت الإمارات العربية المتحدة بعض الخطط الاستراتيجية للحد من هذه المخلفات والقضاء عليها تماما. وبالتالي كان هناك كما تلاحظون تصنيفا لنوعيات مثل هذه المخلفات. وقد كان أول الأمر هو العمل منذ البداية على تقليل الماليات المتعلقة بذلك والأمور المالية المتعلقة بذلك حتى يكون ذلك. ومن خلال ما تم إنشاؤه تلاحظون هناك كان يتم تجميع المخلفات بداية، ثم يتم عمل تصنيف لها من خلال وسائل التقنية الحديثة التي قد تم تزويد مثل هذه الأماكن بها، وبالتالي يبدأ العمل في معالجتها كل على حسب صنفه ونوعه. وكان يتم التعامل مع هذه من خلال هذه العمليات. كان يتم فصلها وعزلها خاصة فيما يخص المعادن كالألمنيوم والنحاس وغيره أو المعادن، وبالتالي أيضا فصل العوامل العضوية كالبلاستيك وغيرها، ويتم تصنيفها وعمل الأبحاث عليها من خلال المعامل المتخصصة من أجل الوصول إلى أفضل ما يمكن استخدامه منها. وتم استخدام البدائل في عملية الطاقة من خلال هذه المخلفات بعد فصلها والتصنيع والعمل عليها. وقد كان هناك الكثير من العمليات التي تقوم بشأن مثل هذه المخلفات حتى يمكن الوصول إلى النتائج المفضلة أو المستحدثة بشأنها. وعليه بإمكان كل منا العمل على ذلك، وبإمكان كل منا إكساب بيئتنا ما قد يكون مفيدا لها، سواء إذا كان هذا من خلال المشروع الذي أظهرت لكم الذي يتم في الإمارات العربية المتحدة، ولكن من خلال المجموعات الأساسية. فبإمكاننا أن نعمل معا وأن نقوم بإعادة تدوير عالية ومرتفعة ومتكافئة كما يتم هنا حاليا في المملكة العربية السعودية، وقد نستغرق في ذلك وقتا كبيرا. ولكن ما دامت هناك إجراءات وما دامت هناك قواعد أساسية وثابتة موضوعة لذلك، فلا محالة سيكون لدينا ما نستطيع عمله. عندما نقوم بذلك وكقطاع إنتاجي لابد من أن تكون لدينا بعض الأشياء المتعلقة من أجل زيادة ما نقوم به من مشاريع من أجل التنمية الاقتصادية التي نبتغيها، وأن يكون لدينا المرونة والمعايير وأيضا الشمولية فيما نقوم به من خلال استدامة واستمرارية الاقتصاد الذي نعمله، وأن يتم ذلك على مدار العام. وقد يستغرب ذلك بعض الوقت وما نواجهه من خلال المشكلات المتعلقة بالنفايات أو المخلفات، إلا أن كافة عملياتنا لابد من أن تكتسب المهارة والتدريب والتمرين على مدار أعوامنا الذي نعمل فيه. فمن ضمن الحلول الفعلية أو الإيجابية لابد أن نجد كافة ما لدينا، وأن نبحث أيضا عن المواد الخام المتطلبة لذلك، وهي متوفرة ما دامت مخلفات فهي متكاثرة وموجودة في كل أنحاء المجتمع. وبالتالي فبإيجاد هناك 3 أشياء أساسية هي عملية نحن بحاجة إلى أن نفكر معا من أجل إيجاد مرونة وتوازن فيما نقوم به من أعماله، ومن أجل أن نحصل أيضا على استثمار في هذا الأمر متجدد وجيد من أجل مصلحة أصحاب المصلحة ومن هم المهتمون بهذا الأمر وهذا الشأن. أشكركم.
أرقام رائعة تحدث عنها الأستاذ سامي، تخفيض المساحات الخاصة بحرق النفايات إلى 75%.
نشكر ما تفضل به، وكيفية أيضا استطاعوا أن يحولوا مثل هذه الإنجازات. نتمنى لو أن ذلك تم ومثله وأفضل منه هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، لأن ذلك من بين الإجراءات التي ستعمل على زيادة في الاستثمار. وأستطيع أن أقول أنكم ستجدون الكثير والكثير من مثل الفرص الناجحة الاستثمارية هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية. ومع خبير آخر من إيطاليا لنرحب جميعا بالسيد ماركو مرياجي. صباح الخير عليكم جميعا. استطيع أن أقول أني أحد المهتمين بالالتزامات القطاع الاقتصادي الذي نعمل من خلاله، لأن ذلك يقوم على نموذج من الأعمال والذي نعمل من خلاله. وسأشرح لكم كيف بإمكاننا أعمل ذلك من خلال أجندة الأمم المتحدة والمتحققة والتي ستتحقق فيما يخص التطوير المستدام، والتي قد بدأت منذ عدة أعوام. أستطيع أن أقول أن الأجيال المتعاقبة من التقنيات الحديثة تتم، وبالتالي علينا أن نضمن كافة شركاتنا في التخطيط لمشاريعنا من أجل استثمار حقيقي وجاد، لأن أنظمة إدارة النفايات هي من بين الأمور أو الأشياء التي تتم من خلال القرى أو المدن الذكية، والتي تتمثل في نوعية حياة متفردة. فهناك في القرى الذكية لا يمكن بحال من الأحوال أن تجد بعض الأشياء المتعلقة بالحاويات، لأن كل هذا مما هو معني أو مما يعني القطاع الخاص، وبالتالي فإن هناك من يدير بعض الباحثات عن هذه المخلفات والتي تتم بصورة آلية أو أوتوماتيكية، ليس للبشر إلا من خلال مراقبتها عمل فيها، ولكن لا عمل مباشر. فهذه الآليات الإلكترونية أو التكنولوجيا تتتبع هذه المسارات المتعلقة بالنفايات أو بالمخلفات، وتقوم أستطيع أن أقول أن هذه الآليات التي تعمل على جمع مثل هذه المخلفات تتتبع نظام جوجل إيرث في كيفية تتبع ما قد يكون من نفايات، وأنها مرتبطة بأنظمة أمان وبكاميرات تتم متابعتها. ولعلكم تلاحظون ها هنا كيفية ذهابها إلى الأماكن التي يحيا فيها الإنسان، ومن ثم يتم جمعها من خلال المشاركة بكافة الوسائل، من خلال الواي فاي أو الفايف جي، أو من خلال ما قد يكون متاحا من وسائل. فإن ذلك أستطيع أن أقول أن الفايف جي هو الأكثر سهولة في جمع، ومن بين الأمور المهمة المتعلقة بالحاويات وطريقة جمعها أنها تتبع خرائط وتتبع أنظمة وبرامج، لأنه من خلال المنصات يتم جمع كل ذلك، من خلال يتم متابعة المناطق، من خلال كاميرات المراقبة والأمان يتم متابعة جمع مثل هذه المخلفات، أو حتى من خلال غرفة مراقبة وتحكم. وهذا مما يجعلنا إذا كان لدينا من خلال توفر لدينا منصة تامة متعلقة بذلك، فإن ذلك يسهل من أعمالنا، وبالتالي نقوم بصورة آمنة من خلال التأمينات الموضوعة بوضع كل ذلك. أستطيع أن أقول أن أنظمة إدارة المخلفات الإلكترونية من شأنها أن تحدث العديد من حالات الأعمال الناجحة والمنسجمة تماما مع طبيعة الحياة. وبالتالي أستطيع أن أقول في المدن الحديثة سواء في إيطاليا، في فرنسا، وفي غيرها، في كاليفورنيا، وأستطيع أن أقول أيضا أن هناك العديد من الولايات، حتى في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية كبنسلفانيا وغيرها وكاليفورنيا وغيرها، يعملون على استخدام مثل هذه النماذج، ومن خلال استخدام مثل هذه الأشياء بمبعد حتى عن الأمور من أجل ونحن بحاجة لأن هذا منه لأنه لا ينبغي علينا أن نقوم بتوفير احتياجاتنا وبالعمل عليها. من أجل ذلك، لأن هناك الكاميرات التي توضع وأجهزة التتبع التي ذات الارتباط بمثل هذه الأشياء، وبالتالي تتابع وتتحكم في العمليات التي تتم من أجل جمع كل ذلك. هذا يعني تقليل عملية الصيانة، حتى عملية الصيانة، الكفاءة في عملية تجميع. لعلكم تلاحظون ذلك أنه ليست هناك أي أشياء ولا حتى وجود للآليات التي قد تلوث من الهواء أو التي قد تحدث بعض الأضرار. فكل الحاويات هي من النوع المعدني، وهي تعمل على إعطاء دوام أكبر أو استمرارية أكبر للحياة النظيفة. ومن خلال رؤيتكم لنماذج الحلول الموضوعة أمامكم أنها تتبنى ما هو متطلب وتختار المتطلبات الحقيقية بالنسبة للمدن المختلفة. وهذا بالنسبة للحاويات التي تستخدم على سطح الأرض، وقد يكون هناك بعض الحاويات التي تستخدم أيضا تحت الأرض، وذلك من خلال إذا كان هناك شيئا ممهد لذلك أو مصنع من خلال ذلك، فإننا بإمكاننا أن نلاحظ كل ذلك. هذا جزء بإمكانكم أن تلاحظوا. حتى هناك بعض الحاجات المتعلقة أو المتخصصة في جلب أو جمع ما قد يكون فوق الأسطح أو ما قد يكون. هذا من بين الأشياء الجديدة، وهذا من بين الحلول الجديدة التي تقدم من خلال الحاويات التي يتم تخصيصها لهذا الأمر. وهذا للحاويات حيث الأماكن الضيقة، ولأننا جميعنا في كل مدننا قد يوجد لدينا في بعض الأحوال الطرق الضيقة، وبالتالي هناك أيضا بعض الحاويات المخصصة لذلك والتي يمكنها القيام بجمع كل ما قد يكون من مخلفات وقمامة أو أشياء غير مرجوة من خلال الحاويات المخصصة لذلك. وكل ذلك يتم بصورة متطورة وممنهجة دون ما عوائق. وكل هذا يبدأ في الأساس من خلال وضع الشروط والحلول المناسبة لكل الأطياف المتواجدة في مدينتك وبلدك. آمل أن تبقوا سعادتكم. أحب اللكنة الإيطالية بكل جون. هناك أحمد شقيري وبرنامجه في رمضان. قبل بدء جلستنا التالية بعد ساعة، your acquiring capability will be decreased, so you will be need to break your routine. Let's stand up please for 3 seconds. To break our routine. Thanks for your canned action, canned answer. Next panel will be presented by leader. Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. يشرفني أن أكون في منتداكم هذا وأن أتشرف بإدارة هذه الجلسة حول تشجيع الابتكار في بيئة الاستدامة. ولدينا الكثير من التحديات، ولكن المجتمع الخاص أو القطاع الخاص لديه الكثير.
Let me introduce myself. This is Engineer Amr Bamunif. I'm General Director of Monitoring Network at NCNC. And joining with us today, our expert, Engineer Aziz Al-Uthman. He's the Executive Director of Environmental Authority at NEOM. And Dr. Marco Mairaghi. He's the CEO of main Italian environmental company for waste management. He invented 7 years ago the concept of smart pen of waste management. Also, Engineer Mohammed Samman, he's the Executive Director of Global United Mines Company. Dr. Mohammed Umar Sham'oun, he's the Environmental Protection Manager at KAUST. And Engineer Abdullah Qahtani, he's the Head of Safety and Environmental in Yamama Cement Company. Welcome. We will discuss in this session the opportunity and challenges of environmental investment in Saudi Arabia, which are aligned with our Vision 2030. Dr. Marco and Dr. Umar, let me mix between Arabic and English because majority of audience are Arabic. طيب بنبدأ بالمهندس عزيز العثمان. بناء على رؤية المملكة 2030 وفي ظل المشاريع الضخمة وخاصة في منطقة نيوم، ما هي العلاقة بين التنمية الاقتصادية والبيئة؟
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعيد اليوم بأن أكون موجود في المحطة الأولى التي بديت منها التخصص البيئي البحت. عطفاً على سؤالك، الاستراتيجية تبنى لسبب، وهو سبب معرفة التوجه. فالتوجه هو الربط بين الاقتصاد، نيوم هو التوجه بين الربط بين الاقتصاد وبين البيئة، وهي خطين متوازية، الاقتصاد والبيئة. ولكن لو مثلنا بين الاقتصاد والبيئة بالأصبعين البشرية لوجدنا البيئة متقدمة.
As two fingers, we will find that the environment is before the economy. The environment is the indicator for your strengthening of your economy. If you have used this or bathed this economy in order to serve the environment. If you have make a comparison or a collaboration between the environment and the economy, they are not for delay, not for unuseful from the granted resources in the earth or in the land by the Almighty Allah. If we have adopted the two lines of economy and the environment, we will make example for this. For a man, an old man, he has a colony of honeybee. We are giving some tricks or hints from the bees. It's for a warning the bees not to take the honey, or to give us ambitious or awareness to take this honey in order to let him reproduce again through another system and another colony. But if we have the full or the whole honey of the bee, we will not let for him any chance in order to be continued. So I can say that the economy and the environment, they are parallel. So it's so easy and so natural to get some sticks from the bees, but it's so important for us to know, whatever it's for awareness or for some formation by the bees. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is preparing and providing a lot of relating the environment. So I am inviting myself and the all to make collaboration or to make amalgamation between the environment and the. Thanks a lot, engineer. Dr. Mark, in your presentation you have talking about تحدث عن نماذج جديدة من الأعمال في كيفية إدارة المخلفات. أستطيع أن أقول أن هذا قطاع هام للغاية من أجل تصميم الأفكار على مدار الوقت، لأن السلطات الإدارات العامة أو الهيئات العامة
to realize a tender. And often the solution that they design are not the best, are not the last. And so it's very important to involve the private sector also in the starting point, at the starting point of the design of the solution, especially when you want to integrate different solutions. I talked about waste management, but waste management now is not just a way to collect waste, but is a way to integrate different solutions, because it's the infrastructure for waste management have the turnover shorter than all the other infrastructure for the town. For example, it's much easier to change a container, a bins or a truck than to change the infrastructure for public light or the energy grid. And so if you involve the private sector also in the design activity, you can have better solution. Yeah. Of course, then you will have public tenders. But what is important is to involve the private in the idea with public and private partnership in all the aspects of the design activity. So in the design, but also you have to ask them to invest and then to manage the new infrastructure.
Excellent. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Mohammed Umar Shamroun, what is the role of universities and higher education institute in supporting private sector engagement in green investment?
Okay. Thank you very much, Amir, for giving us the opportunity. My name is Dr. Umar. I'm the Environmental Protection Manager at KAUST. And before I answer your question, I really want to mention that today is also the United Nations Environmental Assembly meetings in Kenya and Nairobi. So as we are discussing the same issue, it's also being discussed at higher levels. So congratulations to NCEC, to MIWA and the Kingdom. It takes a global village to address these issues. So Saudis are at the forefront, and it's very good and very happy to see a leadership role being taken by Saudi Arabia. In terms of your questions of what is the role of higher education, institute and universities, traditionally universities, they graduate people, right? I mean, their product is students. There has been a survey of the demand for green skills, the demand for a new talent, and there's an increase in demand for climate experts, climate financing, circular economy. So the role of universities is primarily to develop these new talents, these new students and new leaders, but also at the same time, I think, research and innovation. Marcos was talking about technology. How do you develop these new technologies, not only at the bench scale, but also at a higher level where you have a proof of concept, then you deploy them in the market. So between talent development, research, innovation, universities have really a key role in this private sector engagement.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. مهندس محمد سمان، في نظرك ما هو الدور الذي يمكن أن تلعبه الحكومات في تسهيل وتحفيز مشاركة القطاع الخاص في تحقيق الاستدامة والأهداف البيئية؟
طيب، السلام عليكم، صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. شاكر لك أخوي عامر كرم الاستضافة وللمركز، ونبارك لكم مقدما نجاح هذا المنتدى، وإن شاء الله يعقب منتديات أكبر وبوتيرة أسرع. أعتقد المجتمع والمملكة تستحق هذا الحراك البيئي. في الحديث عن دور الحكومات حقيقة في تحفيز القطاع الخاص، هو دور مهم حقيقة وحيوي، خاصة في قطاعات الكبرى مثل قطاع التعدين. يكون دور الحكومات عادة يعني على سبيل المثال في توفير البنى التحتية، في وضوح الأنظمة والقوانين واستمراريتها. بالنسبة لنا في القطاع الخاص أي اختلاف في القوانين أو عدم وضوح في السياسات والتشريعات يسبب لنا يعني أو يسبب للقطاع الخاص مشاكل يعني على المستوى سواء القريب أو المدى البعيد. كذلك تمكين البحث والابتكار عن طريق الجامعات والمراكز البحثية والجمعيات غير الربحية، وكذلك توفير اللي هو الاكسسبيليتي تو فاينانس أو التمويل. وكذلك من الأشياء المهمة خاصة عندما نتكلم عن التقنيات البيئية هي الإعفاءات الضريبية والإعفاءات الجمركية وغيرها.
الله يعطيك العافية يا باشمهندس. مهندس عبد الله القحطاني حياك الله. ما هي الأدوار الأساسية للقطاع الخاص في الالتزام البيئي، وما هي التحديات التي يواجهها القطاع الخاص في تحقيق هذه المعايير؟
In the name of Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, first of all, I thank you for this hosting and this panel and this for great effort which I have noted through this forum to embed some of the intentions and directions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia towards the environmental safety and the vision of 2030. We are all bored of the rules which are being led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the accelerated steps towards the protection of the environment. We in the private sector today, we believe of His Royal Highness Crown Prince to protect the natural and unique aspect of ours. We should put some laws and legislations in order to keep on the natural resources among the best practices and among also the global standards, as we adopt as well the practices, the standards, the global standards, whatever regarding the H6 sector, in addition to the investment in the green technologies and solutions of the environment, and how can develop some products green which will be friendly for the society and the community, as we should hardly on this. In addition to, we have to overcome all the challenges which may face the environmental complaints, which we can say that the cost, the financial costs which are facing the private sector, such as the stick of the honey, as he has said, it's among also our intelligence. How can we transfer this cost, this high cost, into to be in our favor and to overcome all of these challenges? Because among our challenges into the investment is the financial challenge. The other challenge, finding the proper solution and the technologies in sufficient and high updated capabilities. I can say it's available now, but we are still search and develop and continuous development in order to find all of them and to bring to them to our area and our cities. As we can say that we can note that the world is gonna in accelerating in a very high speed steps, so we should go with them in spite of it's among of the challenges which are facing the private sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In spite of, we are making the same in order to go along with these changes. And finally, the challenges which by the plans which are facing as a result of some semi-old plans. What's the difference between the strategic work and the planning work regarding the environment? And what about the basic rules for success, our strategies? The strategic work is which is in direction of the dimension. The strategic work will give you an opinion which you will use. But the planning work to put the principles in order to be sure of success of your trend and your track. before you're changing or transferring yourself, for example, from point A to point B. This is the difference between the strategy and the plan. What about the plan which will help him in order to transfer from A to B? This is which have adopted by the strategic plan regarding the environment. It has based on some pillars, some basis, some principles, variation, climate change, circular economy, and sustainability. If we want to keep or maintain on these principles, 4 principles, which will help you in executing or in achieving the strategic plan, you should find the proper tools which will help you for achieving this strategy. So NEOM has issued some borders and regulations. The legislative principles which commit the executors to do with or through it to keep all of this within an environmental framework and to find the proper measurements which through it can assist or can evaluate the work and performance, and how it will be positive or negative, which they will do. If we have some measurements, the strategy will not give you some measurements. It will give you a direction, but the plan will give you some measurements. The planning how to abide by all of these measurements in order to achieve the required plan. So NEOM has, after approval, the environmental plan or strategic plan at the beginning of 2023. They have developed the policies, strategies, and the executive boards and the general frameworks for measuring performance of the projects in the various matters. Dr. Matthew, كيف يسهم إدارة المخلفات في الاستراتيجيات؟ أعتقد أنك قد جمعت أمرين في أمر. إذا تحدثنا على
You talk about an infrastructure. That's the relevant point, because as I explained in when I showed the business case, the containers are a connecting point and can integrate different solutions. Think how much is powerful to provide free Wi-Fi service to the people, or to help the 5G connection. And as you know, 5G is a big issue now for the modern town, because the portage of the small set that you can install in downtown, in the center of a town, is so short. You don't arrive at more than 100 meters. So you risk to have a jungle of the roof of the building. That is not possible. So the idea is to use the infrastructure for waste management, because you have a battery of bins any 100 meters, to connect the small cell that you can put in a dedicated bins to the small cell that you have on the traffic light, on the roof, and so on. And you can use also the trucks. But what is very, very important is that the platform that can connect and manage all this system can manage and all the public services of the town. And that is fundamental, because it is a new way to implement and to join and integrate vertical services. Because now the difference is not the technology. You buy the technology. You can find technology everywhere. The technology is not a video camera or a sensor. There's no sense. Yeah. But all the services are thought in a vertical way. Excellent. Now you don't have the integration of the solution. And so now the waste management system are helping this integration. That's why waste management is a good booster to the smart city.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Mohammed Omar Shamroun, what is the role of government institute in driving for green investment?
I think this is really a critical item. The role of government institutions in advocating for green investment, and also the role of private sector being encouraged. I think there are a number of ways, and I've seen some of that already being implemented here in Saudi Arabia. I think the notion of public-private fund being set up is key. Saudi Arabia already had one round or second round maybe of green bond where a specific bond or investment has been initiated to invest in renewable energy, in rehabilitation of land. So the government having a key role in setting up these instruments, these tools, policy procedures, I think is a key. But also I think now that the MIWA and the government and the environmental sector in Saudi Arabia have these 5 different centers, also the centers have a key role to advance private sector involvement, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also even to the extreme end of if there are violations or non-compliances, the private sector could be asked or even required to invest in environmental improvement projects. So the government has tons of instruments and abilities to advocate, from advocating again or even creating a level playing field, and people who are actually investing would like to see a return on investment. So I think the government could act as a guarantor to say that their investment will be returned. So it's a key role that shouldn't be underestimated.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. مهندس محمد سمان، بما انك ما شاء الله من الخبراء في مجال التعدين.
In the mining sectors, how can the mining sectors to affect and transfer its practices for the local communities in an effective way? Thanks a lot for you for this kind of question. I think as our previous has mentioned from mining company, we can say that we are targeting now the education sector to be the third pillar into the economy, in addition to the petrochemical and the oil sectors. The third one is education sectors. Quantity and the huge of the mining and its value, which are being here in Saudi Arabia, have been estimated according to the last stats for huge amounts, 9 trillions. All the solutions, sustainable solutions for the clean energy, we can say their minings have been adopted, extracted from the ground of the land. We can speaking about if we have spoken about the battery, we are speaking about the lithium. If we have spoken about towers, we can speaking about iron, aluminum, and others. This is from the positive view for the mining sectors, as we can say that we have achieved a very big, great step towards. We can say that regarding the company of the mines, especially that they are working in a very far away place and sites. We have created some of who are living there, and we are making and creating some ambassadors, some representatives for this company through the peoples and the communities which are sitting around this company into the far areas, and the people from these far areas are being used by the company in order to tell a lot about the company. Engineer Abdulrahman, can you speak about your experiment of cement al-Yamama with environmental solutions which have been applied into your factories? How it have been kept on the environmental balances and standards? If we have speaking about the environmental compliance in Cement al-Yamama company, it's not according our point of view, it's not a merely program or plan, but it's a cornerstone for our works in the company strategy to speak about the experiments in protecting of the community or environment, we will mention some important points. The company has established a team or department for the environment in order to monitor and control the internal, how can add the legislations and standards, in addition to creating some innovation and developing department for studying the most important environmental solutions and to develop the friendly products for the community in the future. The company has invested as well in the most updated technologies in more than 115 million Saudi riyal in order to adopt many of the filters, and it has, which is representing a very big number for two production lines. Decreasing the emissions in comparison with the American and European markets. The company has achieved the first rank by using high qualified tools and adopting operational plans and smart operational plans, digital solutions and smart precision, enhancing the mixture of the energy, transferring from the energy to the natural gas in order to use some decreased source, as they have utilized the thermal energy which have been wasted, they have used for 9 megawatt hour. They have started the experiments through the bark of the solar, which are available into our factory, through some measurements. On the other side, increasing of the greening parks, we have planted more than 300,000 trees, as we will reach to many number of the planting the trees by reaching it to. On the other side, in the field of the logistics, replacing some vehicles by electric in order to use the electrical power or energy. Thanks a lot for you. Engineer Abdalrahman, speak to us about the most important project. What about the idea of establishing this project, and what about its relating to the sustainable environment, and to which you have achieved into this project? If I have spoken about the Lion project, in fact, I will not be so accurate, because it's among the age creativity which have been adopted by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, my master, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman. I'll make a little comparison between the smart cities. If I have made a comparison between Jeddah and Dalail, it expanded for more than 20 kilometers on the coast. The old roads on the coast environment and how it will be used from the land, it will take a very long time. But if we have looked at with line, it will only take 200 meters. If there is a comparison between 200 meters and 170 kilometers, so utilizing of the land is so simple and few. In spite of this, there is no any change from the natural feature from this area in comparison with this. The idea of line is based on the sustainability. So if we have make comparison between our manner of life, you want to go to a restaurant, you want to go to a hospital, and you want to go to a hospital as well, and school. You will move in zigzag way, systemic, like the zigzag or snake movement. If you want to transfer from another, and the importance of the life, enforce you to move from this point to that point. And at the end of your day, you will waste your day at the time. If you have gone to your home, they will ask another thing. They will operate your switch on your car and take. So line is using the smart methods in order to move from our among in between your points in a very short, in a very low cost, and very low expensive, low costs. So if we have looked at Lion, it's in our home. You can imagine Lion in our homes now. We are getting on the technology in our homes. If I would like to have my lunch or to have my dinner, you will go to your application to answer. The car will bring for you up to your home. This is the same of Line. So how can you shorten the distance, shorten the time? How can you improve all of your matters and equipments in a very short way, without carbon, without vehicles, without traffic crowd? Or this is regarding Lion. But if we have looked at sustainability, integrated sustainability in Neom, and how can produce the clean energy, and how can use the solar to be the main source and also the source of the wind energy from Al-Aqaba, you will do many things far from the hydrogen, and you will use only the green hydrogen, so you will make sustainable life manner, and also you move among the points. This will be through the transportation will be through electric vessels, which will be used in these areas. So the future beautiness of the future is connected with relating it to how can you keep on the sustainability and how to have all of these environmental aspects, as well as how can you how you can so modern or updated through your time of work, which was or were so systematic matter in the previous. كيف لإدارة النفايات أن تجعل مدننا أكثر جمالا وأكثر هناك؟ أستطيع أن أقول أن ذلك سيتم ذلك من خلال الابتكارات التي تتم بالنسبة للمدن المبتغى، ولا بد من الاهتمام بكيفية طرق أو جمع أو التعامل مع القمامة من وجهة نظري حديثة، لأن ذلك إذا أردنا أن نقوم بجمع القمامة في حقائب أو في حاويات قبيحة المنظر أو قميئة المنظر أو غير مبتغاة، فلا بد من إحداث عملية تطوير، ابتكار، تجديد حول كيفية الجمع من الأماكن غير النظيفة أو الأماكن، وأن هذا نوع من التغيير، لأنك إذا أردت أن تلاحظ كل ذلك في مدينتك فلا بد من أن تهتم عن السبل أو الوسائل التي ستقوم
to change the vision of a town and to help the beauty of the town. Think how much is different to have beautiful underground containers than put the bags on the streets. And so that's why I think it's really very important to a new vision of a town, to how you do the waste management.
Thank you. Dr. Muhammad Umar Shamroon, what are the pull and push factor in green investment?
I think there's a perfect alignment. I think in the past it was always one side, right? For example, government were pushing, or maybe customers were demanding green investment and private sector involvement. But right now I think there's a perfect alignment between these pull and push factors. So one of the push factors is governments are now mandating carbon reporting, carbon editing, carbon tax. So there's a lot of push from the government side. The fact that Saudi Arabia within the last 4 or 5 years had Center for Wildlife, National Center for Vegetation, National Center for Environmental Compliance, and National Center for Waste Management. So there's a lot of push from the government side, but also at the same time, I think customers and clients are requesting that we need a green investment. So you have a young population. That's almost 70% of the population in Saudi Arabia is less than 10 years maybe. And this new generation, their demand, their taste, is more into the green. So I think there's more requirement or more emphasis from the customer side. I was somehow struck last night when I was reading a report from Morgan Stanley that said in UK alone, goods and services required to reach net zero emissions would provide up to £1 trillion of investment just in UK by 2030. So there's, I think, real money to be made. There's real investment needed. So I think from the government side, there's a push, but there's also the customer side. And even if you look at the regenerative tourism in let's say global, what NEOM is doing, these are all, I think, a testimony that public-private partnership, is a really bull factor that would dictate for this green investment or private sector engagement.
Great, دكتورة. المهندس محمد سمان، كيف يمكن لصناعة التعدين أن تساهم بشكل إيجابي في الاستدامة البيئية؟
Positive in the environmental sustainability. As you have mentioned at first of my speaking, that the mining sector is so important in the transferring as well as the most technologies, or I can say all the technologies will be in need for some materials, metal materials in its components, such as even the electric cars or vehicles will be need. So we will speak about the environment fund in supporting the transferring to the good practices and environmental right practices and the green energy and to reach to the last point have been achieved or step have been achieved by the modern science in this field, and how they will get and they give the licenses and certificates or approvals for many of the companies which are working in the field of the mining. They are enforcing them to abide by the environmental compliance in order to handle all of this. Engineer Abdullah Al-Gahtani, what's the role? What's the role you see that the private sector should play in making zero carbonic emissions? And what about the private or special initiative should be offered by some companies? If we have looked to the future, we will look at two images. One for green planet, flourish one, and on the opposite for abstract poverty planning needs for the basic principles for the life. So we have the choice, we have the opportunity in order to making a new sustainable future for the new or the next generations. In brief, this is among of the global local government intentions toward this frame. As we know that the kingdoms of the Serbia have targeted to increase and to decrease the emissions of the carbonic emissions in order to let these emissions are zero in the future. So they are putting the plans, strategies to decrease the carbons starting from the first points. And to confirm all of this and correct this according to the global standards such as protocol, as well as assigning some targets of the decreasing and the starting of using the technological aspects and instruments rules in order to active, yeah, this decrease. If we have spoken about the technology, we have many of the technologies which is still under study and investigation, as there are some real technologies even in the cement sectors as well as in the other sectors. We will have only one solutions, we will not have many. We will speak about it. We are speaking some solutions, CCUA, utilizations and storage. Utilization of firstly friendly for the environment, such as in the cement production, by using some friendly materials instead of the clinical substances. You can do the same for enhance the mixture of the energy by the produced energy and the alternative. As we can see also the investments which are being made by some of the national entities, which will be supervised by the Center of Waste Management, increasing the green parks and paths as initiatives of the public sectors and private sector as well. It's among of the Saudi initiatives for the green areas. One of the most important points I would like to mention that among of the styles which are available for decreasing the carbonic emissions, which is improving quality of the used currently tools or instruments in the field of the energy. Some entity has decreased 86 million emissions, carbonic emissions, within 14 years. Only this has been made through raising up the quality of the used tools and investment systems. What about the procedures and the human plans which have been adopted in sustainability programs? In fact, as I have mentioned, regarding the legislatives, it's establishing and enlisting the laws and the regulations which are required for protecting the environment. But if we have spoken about this as projects, I have mentioned this few minutes ago. I have stated the clean energy from Chigri, the wind energy, hydrogen production. All of these are ambitious projects, and it will depend on sustainability among of the standing projects of NEOM. We can plant millions and billions of trees in NEOM. This is among of the things which will be among of the sustainable, economical, go along with the environment. Dr. Marco, أخبرنا بمزيد عن حالات
countries.
Northern Engineering Company changed the concept of waste management industries in Europe. They realized a new generation of container and trucks, but they were the first who was able to integrate the waste management activities with the other public service of the town. So the idea to have not only a technical integration, but an high-tech integration by a unique platform is really fundamental to change the idea of collecting and waste management activity. That's why they gave a fundamental contribute to change the waste management sector.
Nice, excellent. Dr. Mohammed Shamroun, what is the outlook for the next decade?
I don't know exactly if I can predict the future, but you know, the outlook for the next decade, you know, what I would say is, and if there are private investors or equity firms or banks in the room, this is something to pay attention. I think there's increased demand for land because of the decarbonization efforts. You mentioned that you have planted 300 million, 300,000, I believe, trees, and you are going to increase. The fact that Saudi Arabia have made a target of billions of trees, so there will be increased demand for land just because of these decarbonization efforts. There will also be an increased demand in the next decade about metals and the minings. I think the fact that we are moving into electric vehicles, we're moving into a low carbon or low intense carbon industry. These are minerals and metals, right? So there'll be increased demand for minerals and metals, but also there'll be, I think, an increased demand for investment options. So I think it is time for the private sector to pay attention. This increased demand for land, increased demand for minerals and metals, and also increased demand for talent in green investment.
Nice. مهندس محمد سمان، ما هي أكبر التحديات التي يواجهها القطاع الخاص باستدامة البيئية؟
Challenges faced by the private sector in I'll try speak brief. I'll speak about the challenges in the mining sector. It's a journey of transferring and how we will adopt the new regulations and boards, how we will use the friendly techniques for the environment. We are in the private sector are ready to deal with all the relevant entities which are working in favor of the kingdom, so they will be according its region. And as you know, that each region and area will have its own challenges, but we are ready for this and for creating some opportunities which will participate in increasing the safety, health, and environmental prosperity. Our last question was Engineer Abdulrahman, how to explain a cooperation, the industrial cooperation regarding managing of the waste, and if you have any some projects which are so useful for this. I'll speak in brief because this is the final point in this discussion, which I thank you for it. The concept of the industrial cooperation which have been used for the etc. usage for the resources, as well as the increasing hugely for producing the wastes, which by increasing percentage of 70% of the global work, which is more than, it's a very big number. So the circular economy and the industrial synthesis, it's among the most important solutions in controlling all of these troubles and the problems, and to solve these problems. If we have identified the coalitions according to the European identification, it will be usage of company or sector for non-used products, non-products, for the marginal capacity, experiences, tools, devices, etc., and how it will be used in a very among the leading experiments into the ISP program in the UK, which has achieved great returns, 2.6 billion regarding cost saving and profit, in addition to creating more than 10,000 employment chance or opportunity, decreasing the carbonic emissions. Well, we have in Cement Al-Yamama, through the program of, through this program, we have put a target to be on zero waste, zero industrial waste, as we have achieved this target through the last year, which will be another for the cement production, and it will be recycled through the production lines, and supporting the local industries as we are supporting the other in percentage of 54%. Thanks a lot for all of you. Thanks a lot for all of you. At the end of this panel, I thank all of my for all who have participated in fruitful of this panel. We will work together to change all of these facts, all of these ideas to be facts. And I thank all who have participated in success of this forum. Thanks a lot for you. Imagine if all of our outcomes and the results of this celebration have been gathered together to watch containers of Mr. Malcolm and the short way for factory of Mr. Sami for recycling the waste and to be energy, and as well as to use vacuum containers which will be vacuumed through some tools in order to be transferred without any vehicles for transferring these wastes. All of these are great ideas. If we have gathered and collected all of these numbers, 300,000 trees, if any company or every company have achieved something like this, we will achieve everything regarding the vision. After a few minutes, at 1 o'clock, 10 minutes, we will listen to the innovative company, which is, after the break, Mr. Raid al-Basit. Have your lunch and come back and the prayer and come to us at 1 o'clock. Thanks a lot for you, for your following us.
he is. He's open. This is open. Forum is open. Maybe not for everybody. We can mix. Go to compliance forum and environment one. Okay, plus.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نرجو منكم التوجه لمقاعدكم. سوف يبدأ الحفل بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will commence shortly.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نرجو منكم التوجه لمقاعدكم. سوف يبدأ الحفل بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will commence shortly.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مجددا. لنكون في الصورة جميعا، سيكون لدينا متحدث ثم جلسة نقاش ثم جلسة حوارية افتراضية كما كان في السابق، وبعدها بريك، بعدها متحدثة وجلسة حوار وجلسة حوارية. يعني أمامنا جلستين أو فترتين بينهما فترة بريك. الأخبار الجميلة اللي نحب نبدأ فيها، أولاً أخبار إيجابية عن البيئة، لأنه كثير من الناس المتحدثين عن البيئة ينظروا إلى الجانب الخطر فيها والأخبار اللي ممكن يهتم الإنسان أنه يلحق في تعديلها قبل أن تحصل كارثة. من الأخبار الجميلة اللي انتشرت انخفاض قطع الأشجار في غابات الأمازون إلى الثلث بعد تحرك حكومي في البرازيل. الغلاف الجوي بدأ في مرحلة تعافي، ويحتمل إن شاء الله أنه في عام 2040 يكتمل الغلاف الجوي إلى سابق عهده. وهنا آية: وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. سبحان الله، ربنا تكفل بحماية الأرض، سماءنا، أغلفتنا الجوية، كل ما لدينا. من الناس الموفقين هم الناس الذين يسيرون على أوامر الله. يعني الناس تشوف إيلون ماسك إنسان خارق، أنا أشوفه إنسان ميسر. النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام يقول كل ميسر لما خلق له. هذا الإنسان من علامات النبوغ اللي فيه حبه للمساهمة. شوف مشاريعه، تسلا للمساهمة في تخفيض الانبعاثات الكربونية من السيارات، أصبحت أكبر سيارات الصناعة الكهربائية، وأصبح بليونير بسبب أحد هذه الشركات. الشركة الثانية سولار سيتي للتخفيف من الطاقة الكربونية والطاقة البترولية في توليد الطاقة الكهربائية، إلى أن وصل أنه نوافذ المباني تتحول إلى سولار بانلز، وتقدر تعيش في منزل تشاهد من خلاله العالم الخارجي، وفي نفس الوقت هو يوفر طاقة شمسية. غيرها سبيس إكس
and protect the environment. All of his innovations serve people. That's why they can be successful. Another example in the kingdom, the one who was chosen by God in the Red Sea company, it's not just a tourism side, but we can see how all of these places are very great, and the landscape is really incredible. We said before that how can we change this nature into incredible nature, as mentioned by Mohammed bin Salman. Now we think that we are leaders in this sector. All these budgets to serve these projects we will see now, and try to take notes when the speakers will speak, representing the Red Sea Global. He was joined in 2018 with the experience of 20 years. Mr. Ra'ad al-Basit, please join us on the stage. Peace be upon all of you. After we say peace upon the messenger Muhammad, and I thank him for the introduction, and I am very proud to be in front of you today. Not just of course, the great organization of this forum and the attendance and the participation of each entities from the private sector and non-governmental sector. But as a Saudi young man, I say that our presence here today and all of your presence, the private sector together the consulting companies and all the institutions in a first version of this forum. Of course, we need to be proud of all of this as we reached to new terms and a new work. All of our colleagues gave me a great speech to speak about our company and about our experience. But after we attended yesterday, we decided to speak differently. I want to speak with you directly because there is a story I want to share with you since 2017 and over 6 years of our project, the Red Sea project, and it's a story with you. And all of the national centers here or outside, we work with them for more than 5 or 6 years, and they know all of this development in doing this project, either Amala project or Red Sea project or other projects. We see that our experience is very special, and I would like to share with you why I feel that it is special. The first reason is what is this project, such as Red Sea project or Amala project. Of course, these are big projects for all of you. They are giga projects, and what specialize them, of course, they are not the first giga projects, but they are created in a very sensitive location. Of course, God gave the Red Sea specifications that are rare and special, as mentioned by my colleague. It's a very great responsibility for us of how to improve them in very sensitive places and bring the balance between improving and environmental compliance. This was a very big question from the beginning. The other reason why we see that Red Sea project is special is that the National Center of Environmental Compliance was with us from the beginning, and from the beginning since 2017, 2018. We just started with the other centers, environmental centers, such as all the centers that were with us from the beginning, and it was a very new environmental system to protect all of the environment of our land. That's why we see that we learned from all of these centers, and we were all together since the beginning. The third reason why our project is special is that the company work starting since 2016. The destiny was the Red Sea, but we moved to become improving to improve Amala project also, and we are working on other projects such as Thual project to develop this land for tourism. So we work we work on many projects and all of them are working together to develop and improve all of these projects. That we have other phases for the Red Sea project and Amala project, in addition to other projects from the northern to the south of our country. So our center is still planning. Our company is still planning, and in this year we moved from planning to implementing all of these projects on the land, such as many islands, and of course we will start to bring tourists in the coming weeks. More than 22 places will be open this year and in the coming year. Also, we will start all of these places with Amala project at the beginning of the next year. So we are not working to improve. We also are working, planning, and we already started these projects. Of course, this is a special. All of these plans we are working on the next years also. Our start with the National Center of Environmental Compliance was a special start, and we benefited from two things. The first one is we are dealing with a new environmental system in this country, and the target of this system was to be aligned with other systems, previous systems, for all the community to deal with the environment, to organize this system and to activate this. And until now, the responsible people for this, they were our colleagues in the center, aligned with all the projects, the targets that they already have. So thanks to God first, and then to all of the centers headed by the National Center of Environmental Compliance. They are dealing with us and dealing with everyone. That we have only one target. It's not just to monitor the environmental compliance, but also to activate all the projects to reach their targets, and the compliance with everyone to have the system and to achieve all the goals. So this is the mindset that we have with our colleagues in other centers, and they all helped us to reach what we reached today. The other thing is that had really a great impact on our story with the environmental compliance is that also the mindset of the Center of Environmental Compliance. We are just not monitoring, we also are looking with a wide lens. We deal with the company and the resources as a completion for it, because they exchange expertise and also giving the reports and the pictures, and with all the technologies now we can give all the pictures and the reports and share them instantly with all the information that they need to reach out. All of these two elements, they were positive elements that helped us in the Red Sea Company throughout the last 5 years. We learned a lot, and I would like to share with you some of what we learned in the last 5 years. We learned that the community connection, we need to take the same mindset of our country, which is environmental compliance. They see the company that they work together with the community and in all the country, in all the cities, and with all the people, we all have the same target in the environmental compliance. From the first, we knew that we can learn a lot. We can learn a lot from the community, the information, the history, and how our community deal with the environment. It was shocking for us sometimes, because the community knows more of what of how to deal with their environment, the mountains, the coasts, and everything. They learned us that, and they learned us, and they, of course, all of this can benefit us or the economy of our country. We learned a lot from them, more than what we learned from the books, and of course, they did many things. Many people, they were already working on environmental compliance, such as some villages in the coast. They were protecting their villages, and because it has environmental diversity. That's why they put all of their animals not to go to these places, and they call them we learned from them how to manage and how to deal with the environment. We also learned that we cannot reach out to the environmental compliance level unless we deal with the negative practices. We need to deal with these negative aspects, because such as the plastics waste, if the community is not recognizing the importance of this, we cannot reach out. It's impossible, even if we put many investments in this year in this. So we have to work with the community in order to reach our goals. There are some elements that we try to give the community the lead to help us improve the environmental compliance in these projects. The first one is the communication. We were aware from the beginning that the community has to have a voice and a way to reach out directly to the company that is working in these projects. We cannot prevent the community to participate in this because they are very important. We made an application in all the phones to talk about all of these company plans. All of these plans can reach to the community. We had many messages that we can reach out to people, for example, in Omelette or in any other places. Since the first 4 days, we reached out to 14,000 people who are loading this application. And so the environment, the community is important to be connected with and to communicate with in order to have the environmental compliance, so to tell them what are the violations for environment, for example, and anything that we can improve so that it will not affect negatively on the villages or the cities that are in the middle of these projects. The other element that we try to reach to is that our awareness that the project needs a supply chain and the need for food and the need for all the plants to reach out to the resorts. And we were keen to reach out that the farmers will be able to come to the companies to assess their productions. That's why we made a community to bring all the products to the resorts and the hotels. And the other thing is to improve the environmental level and the sustainability in dealing with the production, the local production, and to deal with all the chemicals that are used. We try to improve all of these production to have an economy impact in our economy. Also, the third element that I want to talk about is to having initiatives, for example, and they are really great initiatives, more than 30 to 40 initiatives, such as cleaning the coasts and to plant mangroves. All of these initiatives that we know and we apply them in our kingdom. We don't do them by ourselves. Of course, we are working on these projects together. All of them are sharing with us, and they are participating with us to reach out to the community, and they participate in these initiatives. We reach out that the best way to keep the mangrove is to, of course, the people of Omlish to participate in planting the mangrove, and we reached out to 1 million. We planted more than 1 million mangrove, and we reached out to more than 2 million. The last element that I want to talk about is that the best way to communicate and to activate the role of the community, this is to have these people to have job opportunities. People of Omluj, Tabuk, or all of these places, their people are part of these projects. We started with more than 60 to 60 employees, but now we have more than 550,000. Of course, we are very proud to have these people to be employees in these projects, such as the people of Omluj in all the sectors, the environmental sectors. All of people have jobs. Of course, we are very proud that our sons and daughters can be with us, even if they are professors or a bachelor degree. Of course, to activate the community, not to have them, and also to work on these projects. Thank you very much for listening. And we would like to open the door for any questions before the panel discussion.
كما وعدنا أي متحدث من هذه الجهة يجب أن تستلهم منه.
We need to be inspired by all of these speakers who are speaking to us, how they improved all of these places. If you don't know the Red Sea area, it's the area where we have diversity in the climate and the landscape. We have all the elements of the landscape. Imagine how the tourists can enjoy all of these diversity, and this inspired us of how to learn from the local people, and all of the studies, how they apply all of these studies even without learning. Thank you, Mr. Raid. The coming panel discussion will be moderated by a person. I was searching of why he, of course, the money is an investment, and one of the people who can invest their money is the people from all of these people, and the moderator, you will enjoy their speech. He was graduated from the USA, and he has a great way to speak, and please enjoy us with Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Muhanna. Peace be upon all of you. Welcome in this panel discussion about the community management. Let's welcome our guests, Mr. Maher Al-Hadrawi, the CEO of Jadara Consulting. He has great experience in project management. Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Badr, Head of Sustainability of Al-Mara'i, and he is a leader in sustainability sector. Welcome. Mr. Al-Muayyad Hafid, Acting General Manager of Social Investment and Social Investment Initiative Manager at the National Central for Non-Profit. Also, Ms. Heidi Solba, رئيسة يوم التنظيف العالمي. Starting with the awareness, the environmental awareness, we know that it's very important to have a community engagement. Welcome to all of us today in this panel discussion to highlight the community management in the environmental compliance. We are very glad to have our guests here today to share with us the importance of the community management and having the community to participate in the government in the environmental sector. And the last point is the role of the social media in the in the community management. I want to start with Mr. Maher. From your experience with the King Salman Center, I would like to ask a question about the importance of the community management. From your point of view, what is the importance of activating the community in the environmental initiatives, and what are the good ways to have the community engage with us? Thank you very much, and thanks for the Center of Environmental Compliance for this invitation. As you start the dialogue with my experience in King Salman Center, we were working on the community management was through the center by engaging them in taking decisions that we will make to protect the environment, to make them feel that they are a part of making the decisions, not only to do these decisions. Of course, this has a great impact on the community, and as we in the kingdom with the Vision 2030, as it was established at the beginning of this vision, we were talking about the community as the most important aspect of Vision 2030, because they will make the effort and they will have the impact. So the community is a part of making the decision, and also to raise the awareness of the importance of the environment that we are talking about, and the impact of conserving the health, for example, issues, and how they are important of saving lives and to face all the diseases, for example. In addition to that, all of these elements, they can encourage the community, because the community itself make the decision, and it motivates the community that if this plan will be achieved, of course, you will have all the positive impact. I want to stop here. Thank you very much, Mr. Maher, for this point of view. Let's move to Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Badr. We would like to know your point of view from your work at Al-Marai Group. What is the importance of the community management or community to participate in the environmental compliance? First, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and with the Ministry of Environment. Mr. Raed, of course, talked a lot about this, but of course, all of our goals are the same, and the companies are the same. Our compliance in the communication with the community that is connected to our projects, of course. Al-Marai Group is not only in one place. Of course, it's in many places in Saudi Arabia. So to make the community participate, of course, it can benefit the community environmentally and also in other aspects. So the role of Al-Marai Group, for example, is the same as the other companies. in raising awareness through the workshops and training people and to participate with all the publishing studies. We have environmental initiatives inside the company, and we are trying to move it to the community. Its goal is sustainability by engaging the community with the environment to make decisions or correct decisions that will give a great impact on the community generally, and of course the country. And this can be daily, not only once a year, for example. All of the training courses, for example, and the workshops, this can be reflected to the whole country. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz, for participating and for sharing with us your point of view about the private sector and how you work on this. Let's move to Mr. Al-Muayyad Hafid to talk about their point of view. What are the ways that were successful in engaging the community from your point of view? First of all, thank you for the National Center of Environmental Compliance for this invitation and giving us the opportunity to talk about the projects. Of course, we worked on many projects in addition to with the ministries. We found that the best way of engaging community is to giving budgets, to having workshops to raise awareness for the community itself. And all of the people in the community, even the investors and from the non-governmental organizations, for example, such as the private sector. Also, we try to merge the community with making the decisions by sharing, by participating in making the decisions. This is briefly. Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. دعنا نتحدث مع السيدة هايدي كيف نستطيع أن نقوم بمشاركة المجتمع معنا. أولا شكرا جزيلا لكم لدعوتي هنا. بالطبع المشاركة المجتمعية مهمة جدا، لأنه بنهاية اليوم يجب أن نقوم بمشاركة المجتمع. إذا تحدثنا عن المجتمع بالطبع يجب أن
really transparent communication, feedback definitely, about starting different kind of projects and so on and so on. So me and our organization, we are working worldwide level in many countries, and where it is, sorry, many countries, and I can say the inclusiveness is very different country by country. But the suggestion definitely is that you have a lot of NGOs in this beautiful country who are working on environmental questions. Last people also talked about planting the trees, and you have coral reefs and mangroves, and also working on the waste management. There are very great initiatives. And all these initiatives are engaging also communities. So how we can bring together all this wisdom, how we can engage all these people and the competencies and all these NGOs together to work with the government. One solution could be definitely to bring heads of these NGOs all together to think along what is a framework of cooperation and how to utilize all this knowledge to really great cooperation in your country.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heidi, for sharing your valuable input. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا على هذا الطرح الأكثر من رائع حول أهمية المشاركة.
Thank you very much that you talk about the community engagement. Now we will talk about the impact of the community, about the policies related to environmental sector. How can the community work and participate in the policies? I think that the most important thing to participate in the policy making is to have a great to have them with the making the decisions itself. And of course, in Saudi Arabia, thank God, throughout the Ministry of Environment and all related to these centers, with the NGOs and other companies, all of them, they are working really hard on working and exchange ideas with those who will apply these policies. And there is a channel that we have in many places in the kingdom. Of course, they have different trading businesses. All of them are connected together to study these policies and giving the ideas before applying them. And this can have a great impact. And after that, we can reach out to the policies with the councils and exchanging ideas. With the council, for example, and all of their expertise. This effort to participate in this stage confirm that what we reach out to these policies, of course, these policies can be applied and have great opportunity to have great impact on the environment. Of course, this sequence that we talked about can answer your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Maher. We would like to listen to Mr. Abdulaziz. From your experience in Al-Mara'i Group, what are the policies that you think are effective for the community about the environmental compliance, either locally or internationally? Of course, there are many aspects. The first one is that we need to raise awareness, first of all, inside the company and inside the community that we are working within, because the employee is a part of the community that we are working in. So raising awareness inside the company, we try to move it to the community that is connected to us. So we are trying to reach out to the stakeholders, for example, either in the governmental entities or in the private sector or the NGOs. So all what we benefited from, we have great impact, and we have results to support the studies and the data. In Al-Mara'i Group, we have awards for the scientific study, for example, that we planted and we raised awareness in the private sector. Of course, how we engage the community, we have discussion panels, private or general, to participate and to benefit from the individuals' initiatives for protecting the environment. Of course, we have many people who are working on this. Not just in Al-Marai, but at the level of the whole country. Of course, our role is not just it's not just the role of the community. Of course, we as individuals and citizens, we can raise awareness even inside the houses. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz, for participating with us and for sharing with us your ideas to have impact on the policies. I would like to move to a very important way is how you measure the impact of the community on the environment. About assessing and measuring to improve the policies with the communities. Of course, we need to make them participate by giving them the data that are related to the projects, for example. Of course, in addition to that, they can manage and monitor all the initiatives that we are working on. دعنا نتحدث مع السيدة هايدي. نود أن
What are the challenges and opportunities for communities to engage in policy-making processes, and how we can we overcome these challenges?
I didn't hear the question really well, sorry.
Okay. What are the challenges and opportunities for communities to engage in policy-making processes?
In social media or?
No. I mean, what are the challenges and opportunities for communities to engage in policy-making processes?
Okay, thank you. Yes. I tried to hear the question. Indeed, what are the challenges or opportunities? So, in process to work with their environment and also with the government. Did I understand correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also with the communities.
Great. شكرا لكم جميعا على نقاشكم الثري حول
ما هي التحديات التي من
with work with government.
Yes, for policy making processes.
Thank you so much. Now I heard the question. Yes, definitely there are a lot of challenges regarding of engaging the communities and working on the process. Leading and trying to bring the communities to engage into their environmental work and work with the government is very depending again on their countries. I think the openness, transparency, feedback is very important. And I think in their momentum when your country is very adding yourself and you are in the forefront and the forerunner for their environmental and different kind of topics. For example, leading World Environmental Day is sharing very strong message, not just in Saudi Arabia, but worldwide level as well. So this is part of national proudness, and I think this is engaging also communities really well and establishing different kind of communication frameworks and strategies upon it. It's very important. So the people and nation and all the communities feel themselves alone also and being part of this big scenarios. And also bringing their societies more to work as an opportunity is always really hard, because to change a society and change a human within is one of the hardest work actually in any area. And the first thing is engagement, as already mentioned, to bring the people, to listen them, the communities, to feedback and to find the ways what could be the common projects and common activities what we can run. And the threats could be within that we are not communicating back, or we are not giving not enough importance for one or another stakeholder to hear out what is their ideas or what is the projects what they are leading. Definitely visibility is important. And I think most important thing if you talk about environmental work is accreditation and taking the credit or having a fun also during this program and project. Not just the hard work, but also celebration, which people are sometimes really forgetting, or different kind of stakeholders. And from upon that celebration is possible also to create different kind of stories. And the story will be something which is living again in society. In this way it's really great to engage communities.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective regarding these questions. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا على نقاشكم الثري حول تأثير المجتمعات على السياسات والإجراءات.
Discussion about the policies and everything. And now we will move to another point, is to the importance of engaging people. I would like to start with you, Mr. Maher. From your work, we would like to know and to hear your opinion about the transparency. What are the ways that you are working on to guarantee transparency? Actually, the environmental projects, even all the projects related to any sectors, governance is very important to create success. When we are talking about transparency and about the governance principles, to apply these principles in the environmental work has great impact. And we in Jadara are working on this, even in the governmental entities or for example, the social responsibilities companies. All of them are focusing on having a governance system that is effective. That's why they guarantee the transparency, how to make decisions, and what are the methodology of activating or doing these projects, for example. I think that the best way to guarantee transparency is to apply the governance principles, and of course transparency is the most important principle in governance. So governance is the solution to achieve that, and it can and it is important for all the sectors, whether NGOs or governmental entities or private sector. Of course, the beneficiary can benefit from, or anyone can expect, for example, the projects that will be applied in this side. In addition to governance, I think that implementing the strategic planning can help in enhancing this in the community. Thank you, Mr. Maher, for everything. Mr. Abdulaziz, from your experience, what are the elements that you think are important for the community? There are many principles. The first one, the communication, the transparency, and the information exchanging experiences between the community and of course, in addition to that, to respect all the ideas. Also, we need to have specific goals and in a specific time or a specific period of time in order to apply them. Also, the decision should be shared even in either in the decision makers or the community. In addition to that, we need to have people from our country that are able to apply all of these principles. Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. Mr. Al-Muayyad, about the regulations and standards that are in the environmental sector, of course, we have the great goal, which is the sustainability. We would like to hear from you how the government and the community can work together to apply sustainability to have a great impact on all the sides. This is an interesting question. The most important point here is to have the improvement triangle, which is the NGOs, the governmental entities, and the private sector. All of these three sectors can work together, and they should work together to have panel discussions, to have a connection between all of these sectors in order to have all the strategic goals that can benefit the whole community. Also, the three sectors can work together to encourage funding by the fund boxes to support all of these projects. Also exchanging experiences and resources by even the technical support, funding, and everything. Also, for sustainability, very important is to improve the human resource sector by investing in them and improving them. In addition to that, it is fundamental to innovate, and technology also. Innovation and technology, they are very important to bring solutions, sustainable solutions. We will not forget to assess all of these projects together. In addition, to have transparency, to enhance and have transparency between all of these sectors. Thank you, Mr. Muayyad. We talked here about how they can work together. Now أعتقد أن وسائل Now I think that social media is very important.
Now we look to Ms. Heidi to provide her expert opinion regarding what are the potential benefits and challenges of using social media for community engagement in the environmental sector.
Thank you. Yeah, social media is definitely a very strong tool, and we are all viral in seconds if we have a very strong message, and we'll be running around the world. So definitely it's a very big opportunity, especially for this kind of NGOs, big projects, good, strong messages. So definitely we can utilize this opportunity as much as possible and catalyze strong messages around the world really fast and very quick. At the same time, there is a lot of opportunity there, the threats as well. It could be hijacked, it could be violated, it could be done different kind of ways with the social media. The spread of the social media as a great opportunity lies especially in the opportunity when the people and humans want to share something really strong and good messages. For example, some projects from your country where they are related with their heart. And when it's related with their heart, then it's going with very strong messages. And it's always really inspirational. And when you can engage there as also something which is giving a label, a strong message about the culture, about the country, being proud of something, then it will be a very strong message to use. Yes, and at the same time, the challenge is always that it could be getting noisy. And the challenge, as I said, it could be hijacked sometime. And it is always too general, you know, also if you talk about social media. So there's a lot of opportunities, definitely.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heidi, for your insightful response.
Mr. Maher, how did the social media change the minds about the environmental projects? I don't want to answer about this directly, but I want to tell you about an event that happened to me. We were talking about a humanitarian case in one country about saving lives, and in 72 hours there were many works we needed to do to save lives about many countries, about this place. And in the social media of we wrote that there are many there are we can save lives, for example, and this action, this tweet, they talked about this directly, and we said that okay, this we need to talk about saving lives within 72 hours quickly, and this tweet, the speaker talked about. This person is the zoo CEO. That's because this tweet was published about the saving lives, but he was talking about saving lives of the animals. Of course, they were connected to the UN and all the humanitarian entities that are talking about. And this incident, of course, the people can, the social media can be very important and effective in paying attention of people. Of course, this zoo was saved, and of course, many lives were saved. Thank you for sharing this story about the importance of the social media related to environment. How can we use the social media effectively to engage the communities in the environmental issues? A fundamental message that we should talk about in the social media should be effective. That's why we connect these to campaigns related to environment. We need to connect them in awareness initiatives on the individual levels, and that's why we have success stories. Of course, all the time the success stories can encourage people to share and participate more. One of the success stories that we made is Vision 2030 that encourages our neighbors to establish a vision that, of course, the influencers are very important in social media to raise awareness related to environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulaziz. Let's move to Mr. Maher Al-Muayyad to know his point of view about how to relate individuals to the groups. What are your ideas? We know the importance of social media. I talk about the social media that is targeting all people. One of the examples is the podcast, where we have rich speeches, for example, about environmental issues, or even community issues. In addition to that, we can have some initiatives, for example, virtual or on site, for example, that can be on social media to be shared with the community. One of the examples, last year we had an initiative it was for the community initiative investment. We had many issues about education, health, sport, and etc. The idea was that we published this portal, and there were more than 4,000 solutions from the community. So it was from the community to the community that we made in this portal to have solutions. And now we are supporting these solutions to establish companies that will work in the environment. Thank you, Mr. Al-Muayyad. Thank you all, our guests. We listened in this discussion panel to great opinions. Thank you all for listening. We hope that you are inspired with this discussion, and peace be upon all of you. Thank you all our speakers. Let's greet them. How can we change the information to content? How can we have specialized media? How can the message be reached to many ideas? We're talking about the gap between the government and citizens, as Ms. Heidi talked about. How can people have fun? This is our speech, and we would like to share with you some good news. In Thailand, about the plastic waste, they were now they are encouraging other people to have this responsibility. In Australia, there were many animals that were saved in Australia. Of course, also in Australia, there is a good news for people who are interested in this topic. They discovered something that can work on this. Now we will have another speaker who will talk about the gap of the media. He is an ambassador, and he is the activist Dr. Saud Katib. And he is former Deputy Minister of Public Diplomacy of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has many books. Let's enjoy. Thank you very much. Dr. Saud, first of all, I was very happy when I heard your name, or I saw your name, about the specialized media. The gap and the discussion before, you were talking about the importance of this role and how can we support them. How can we have people to talk about this? Of course, I think that this is a very important topic. It started many years ago after the Gulf War. They started to talk about this because we didn't have any reporters to cover all the events. In Corona pandemic, of course, we didn't have any specialized people in media, in health, or of course we are a strong country, so the energy media should be great. We should be leading in this topic, even related to energy. We don't have any specialized people about this. In addition to that, Hajj and Umrah, of course, the kingdom is working very hard on this topic, but we don't have any specialized media on this topic. So can you imagine the loss that we should have? Of course, there are many media that are specialized, and this is the difference. We don't have the specialized media, and as much as we talked about in the years, we still have a problem, and I think that the specialized media cannot be solved in only one entity, but it's also a complete entity. Of course, the Ministry of Media has the responsibility. Also, the colleges and universities have the responsibility. Also, the media entities play a great role. In addition to that, the journalists themselves. Let's find out what is the number of the journalists who are specialized in sports, for example. What is the number of journalists who are specialized in sport? Of course, because they have fun. For example, I think that it's very clever to be specialized in energy, in environment, in health, in technology. The journalists should be clever to be specialized instead of having fun only. I think that we have a great gap in this. I am remembering that if we are talking about the energy media, at the level of the kingdom, there are no people who are journalists who are specialized in energy. Of course, we can see economic, for example, journalists, but until now we didn't hear about journalists who are specialized in energy, for example, to have also fun in this. If we will talk about the environmental media, it's a responsibility for who? I talked about this and I said that it's the responsibility for everyone, of course, Ministry of Media, but it's not the responsibility for only the Ministry of Media. Of course, many media entities, they have great responsibility. In addition to that, all the entities who are related to environment, they are responsible for that. They should all work together. When we have a crisis or an environmental crisis and you are surprised that your media cannot cover it deeply, you will see the gap that you have. In addition to Ministry of Media, media entities, entities that are related to environment, all of these entities need to talk more about the environment, because the environment is very important and crucial to all people around the world, and how to reflect the strength of Saudi Arabia in the world. Of course, the environmental media is not simple. It is related to the earth, the soil, the water, the air, and even the noise that of course, all of these entities should work together in order to have specialized media in all the sectors. When I heard one of the journalists who were speaking with my master, King Mohammed bin Salman, you had a great reply or response how to talk about, for example, the Crown Prince talked about how the kingdom will in the sport level, for example, and this had a great impact. And now we see that many tourists come to Saudi Arabia in order to see, for example, Ronaldo or other players. We see that the tourism sector is great now. So what is the importance of the country? Why is it important to care about having media outside the country? Of course, we say that the countries are like individuals, and it is important to talk about because no one would like to visit, for example, if the individuals is of course, the countries also can make tourists come more, and it can reduce the cost of investments. It can bring good relations with people. This is about the countries, of course. It is very important to have a great media. Let's talk about Athar Center. What is your impact on the community? If we are talking that we need, for example, journalists to talk about. They say that there are some initiatives, but there is no support on it. There are many speakers all around the world and sponsorships and on the forums, for example. Does Athar Center have a role to communicate with environmental centers to have a plan to reach out to achieve this goal in order to close the gap between the decision makers and people themselves to support their projects? Athar Center, of course, is a center that is specialized in making ideas and giving them to decision makers. By all the searches and studies, all of this is important. Why is Athar Center important? It's because they are specialized in the soft strength. When we see what's happening in the kingdom, including this forum, we see the strength of the kingdom. We need to work hard on this, and of course I worked on media for many years, and I know that that all the time they say that our vision is not going outside the country, and we cannot make this from negative to positive ideas quickly, and we should work softly on this. For example, countries such as Egypt, that they have the pyramids, if they didn't benefit from them, of course, they will not have any impact. And before that, most of our culture, for example, they didn't benefit from them. Now with Vision 2030, that I used the birthday of the soft strength of Saudi Arabia that started with Vision 2030, that worked on all of this, such as the women empowering. And before some years, we had some meetings, for example, with the professors. We didn't make this we didn't make these meetings because the women should be alone and men alone. This was affecting us, and now we see that this is different, because the women empowerment now is very important. For example, because at any place in the world you say that, for example, even women driving cars were not allowed. So solving the problems of women was a very great step to have, and thank God today we are improved, and the growth that we see, how they change the ideas about the kingdom. Of course, some people will not be satisfied, and that's why we need to be less sensitive by criticism. That's why we shouldn't be sensitive. If we have any problems, we will solve, and if we don't have any problems, let's let them say whatever they want. We are like any other countries of the world. Of course, any country will have any problems. There is a great role if let them speak, and we will stay have our successful work. Of course, we are one of the great countries that have a great growth, for example, and we reached the goal even before Vision 23. And all of these accomplishments, we can see that all of us as people who are living in this country, of course, this Vision 2030 is something that all of us are proud of, and whatever the Crown Prince says, we believe in. Dr. Saud, our time is finished, but if you have any question. Mr. Majid, thank you, Doctor, for all the talking about the obstacles about the women and the empowering women, and of course all of this finished. Now I want to give you a suggestion. Maybe it's not in many countries in the world. the woman is just like the man, that she can work and she can do anything just like the man, not just for raising kids or staying at homes. And now the woman has 2 jobs, such as the online jobs, for example, that the woman can work from home. I suggest, because the woman is working in both jobs, if we have offices for only women to solve all of their obstacles. Now in the Ministry of Labor, of Ministry of Justice, we have many great principles about many policies, and why don't we have specialized courts, for example, such as labor or courts? I suggest to have a court for women affairs, so that all of the women affairs can go to this court, and the court, this court is not in any country in the world. We can be leading in this topic, so that all of the women affairs can be managed in this court. For example, maybe people will say, why are you distinguishing between men and women? Of course, the woman is different from the man, so my suggestion is to have a court that is related to women affairs. Thank you very much. Maybe it can be an idea that can be studied. This is a personal opinion. I think that the development in women affairs is continuous, and one of the parts that I think that it can be a step. Of course, we all respect that women is different from men, but I don't want it to be a step to be behind, that the woman can be in a planet and we are in another planet. This is a mistake we don't want to go back to by focusing on privacy and the differences between women and men. Of course, respecting the culture is for everyone. I think that the entities, they are keen and to know everything about the women privacy, and to have all of their of course, now the women, everything is online, so with their privacy, everything, every woman can go even online to work, everything just online, and she took everything, and she was at house. So this difference Of course, everything can be online, and thank you all for coming and listening. Let's take a break, half an hour, and then we will come back to the last session. Thank you very much.
سنعود على الساعة 23:20 بإذن الله.
We will come back at 3:20.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نرجو منكم التوجه لمقاعدكم. سوف يبدأ الحفل بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will commence shortly.
عندنا مباراة. سأتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية. واحد من المتحدثين المشهورين في هذا المؤتمر، وبالطبع يضيف قيمة عظيمة لمؤتمرنا، هو الرئيس السابق لوزارة البيئة في اليابان. الرجاء منكم أن تحيوه لأنه لدينا هنا السيد هاراداي يوشياكي. تحية له.
ما فهم.
احنا ما فهمنا بعد.
نعود في الختام لمتحدثتنا الأخيرة.
قبل جلسة النقاش القادمة
الأستاذة نور بالفقيه. تحية كبيرة.
الأستاذة نور بالفقيه. وهي رئيسة قسم الشؤون المؤسسية والاتصالات ومدير أول في دول المجلس التعاون الخليجي. Can you hear me well? First of all, thank you very much for hosting, and thanks a lot for the National Center of Environmental Compliance to be in this forum. I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is نور بالفقيه وأنا رئيسة. I would like to tell you about the forum. Before 3 or 4 years, they told me that we need you to speak about youth and environment. Okay. After 2 weeks, you will be a speaker. Then the last surprise, they told me that I will speak in Arabic. So about the approach is that I am a part of a panel discussion, or to be a speaker, it's very different because if you are in a panel discussion, you are waiting for the question to answer. But if you are a speaker, you will speak by yourself. I hope you will find it interesting. You will find that I will speak about the company. It's not an advertisement, but I just want to inspire you and tell you about the company and all the experiences that I will talk about the youth and environment is from this company. Of course, I am also MISC moderator. Also, I am a coach. If I hear youth, then I am in, because I work with the youth a lot, and I have a tool to help the high school students to choose their specialty in the university. In addition to that, I am a lead of a committee with the target that we will reach out to find out packaging with the waste management this is briefly about me. What will I talk about today? I will speak about Unilever. Of course, I cannot speak about environment and sustainability. I cannot speak. I need to speak about Unilever. Then I will talk about how to engage the youth to participate in the environment, and I will speak about three segments about the youth. After that, I will tell you about some of the experiences about how we manage to engage the youth. So what about Unilever? Of course, because of the surprise that I will speak in Arabic, all of the slides will be in English. Unilever is one of the world's largest consumer goods companies. Before 20 years, the company decided to make a strategy about sustainability. I mentioned that Unilever changed their strategy before 20 years, and it becomes about the companies, and the purpose is, when we applied this strategy and this target, we applied it on everything, on the products and the operation, supply chain in the company, and even the employees. Now, you cannot find any employee in Unilever unless they know what is the purpose of our company. Because that's why the sustainability is all together. Of course, Unilever is a very big company, and more than 60 billion turnover, more than 3.5 people use our products every day all around the world. That's why we know that more than 3.5 billion people use our products. We are very proud. We are in more than 190 countries. We are the second largest advertiser globally, and we are our profits from the producing countries. Of course, these are all of our products. We have more than 400 brands, and 14 of these brands with turnover over than 1 billion euro, and 13 of the top 50 consumer goods brands. Before 2 years, we changed our methodology, and we bring the companies with 5 groups, 5 business groups about beauty, well-being, and personal care, home care, nutrition, and ice cream. I am from the group Center Corporate Team. We are number 1 as a company that people would like to work in different countries of the world. We have more than 127,000 employees, 1,200 in the Gulf countries. What I want to focus on is that we are in the leadership team, more 54 ladies, and 46 are male. we need to reduce the female employees. Also, another point is that the local leaders should be from the same region. That's why we think that we need to make the employees local. Unilever is since 2015 it reduces the emissions and in 2030 we will reach to 0%. We 93% of total electricity from renewable resources, 55% from the plastic that is used is reusable or recyclable, and we spend a lot to diverse business owned, and this is the footprint in the Gulf region. We are working in 6 countries. We have 8 offices, 2 factories, 1 in Jeddah and 1 in Dubai, and more than 1,200 employees in the Gulf countries. We have 42 female in leading positions. In Unilever, we have a commitment. We have some commitments. In 2039, our commitment is about environment. We will reach out to 0% emissions. 2030, we will all of our product will be from eco-friendly sources. 2025, we will reduce food waste and increase healthy food. For example, this is what we did in the Gulf region, and it we produced a truck to reduce. Our factories are working on solar energy, and in Dubai we have a factory that already worked on this, and now we have a new project. We are trying to make integrated logistics. In the next year, 2025, our commitment is that all of the plastic packaging will be reusable and recyclable. And now we reached out to 82%. Only in the Gulf region. Also, we will reduce the usage of virgin plastic, and we will use the recycled plastic. We reached out to 21%. Also, we are working on leading some committees that are working of the waste management with policy makers such as Mawan, and we are trying to cooperate with the center to reduce the waste and create a sustainable economy where is the waste we can reuse. These are our goals, and we will talk about it when we will give some examples about the youth. Now we, in 2025, we will increase the SMEs. Also, we will attract the youth who are trying to find a new way. That's why it innovates a new way to work. You don't have to be in the office in order to work, but we can be flexible or innovative. all of what I mentioned. Of course, Unilever has international awards such as CDP, Gartner, and Globiscan at the top 3 of the companies. Now, if we are talking about the youth, there are 2 numbers. These 2 numbers are from a study in Saudi Arabia in July 2023. It's a very new study. This study targeted to know what is the public perception of sustainability in Saudi Arabia. This study was on 1,000 people from 18 years to 45 years. The 2 important findings, the first one, 75% of people who were targeted in this study, they said that the role of the private sector and the governmental entities, that they should help people to be more aware of the environment. That's why the mindset in this country is very great, and they are aware. 66% of them, when we ask them to put all the priorities, they put the eco-friendly, the first one. So we find out that the youth are aware of the environmental compliance, and they want to work in companies that are interested in the environment. How will we deal with this? 3 parts. First, university students. What can we make as private sector or even governmental sector to raise awareness and to make them engage more? The second part is the SMEs and startups companies, also the young talent, people who are graduated and they are ready to work. The first group, university students, before 2 years, I was honored to meet Saudi Youth for Sustainability. This group is an organization, self-led organization, with the target that they want to connect all leaders around sustainability, and they have many initiatives. If
scientists and young researchers around environmental sustainability, this group is the target. And they're very active, and if you have any research and want to come up with any solutions, any innovations, CAST or the youth, the Saudi Youth Organization for Sustainability is Unilever. The second example is Unilever run for 10 years.
المثال الآخر من يونيليفر, the target is to recruit for, of course, and on the level of the Middle East, but we found out that if we need to take the best talent, we need to talk about sustainability. And I remember in one of the years, I was the judge for the projects of Saudi universities, and we wanted to reduce the plastic packaging in our products. I remember how in very small period of time people or students found innovative solutions. The more also, the third is winning awards and recognitions, and in 2017 we made this reward. At that time, with the Jeddah committee, and there are many searches from Jeddah universities. Youth need support. They need the programs to start to be more innovative in sustainability and environment. I want to talk quickly about startups. In Unilever, we are a part of Youth Power Hacks. We are not alone. We have other organizations with us. The target is to have solutions. In Dubai, also 2 years ago, the producer is the same. If you didn't see this documentary, I highly recommend you to watch it. How the octopus can do many things in the sea. The same producer. What we did in Dubai is that we bring this movie, private screening, and we bring the Ministry of Climate in UAE, and we bring all youth organizations, and we made discussion about the content. So this was innovative, and Unilever was supporting this document. So it's new and different, and it engages the youth a lot. If you want to talk about environment and sustainability, and social commitment, as you can see in all of these news, we have Gen Zs and millennials. They should focus on sustainability. 4 out of 5 in Gen Zs, they want business and government make greater efforts to protect the environment. Youth are aware and they are very excited, and the climate issues are concerning. And 50% of the study in 2023 on 45 countries, 50% of youth in this study, they are ready to move from a country to another because they have innovative initiatives. 50% of the youth, they are ready to change their workplace to find another country, another company with environmental initiatives, and they can examine the organization before joining the job, for example. This was published by Deloitte last year, and it shows how youth are interested in the environmental initiatives. The last thing, also another study. We talked about it in Dubai. It was a session hosted with the Arabic Youth Center. It says that content is king. The role of social media is 75% of youth. They believe of the content in 75%. 83%, they think that TikTok and Instagram Of course, this is the role of social media and its importance and the content importance. Any small action will make a big difference. There was an old man who likes to walk by the coast. After a storm, he found out that there was a starfish, and he found a young boy who was collecting these starfish to throw back to the sea. He asked them why. He said that I want to give them a chance to live, because if the sun will come, the starfish will die. He said that you will not be able to collect all of them. Then he takes one starfish, and then he took only one starfish. He says that I can make a small change. And this is for the verse that you can work even if small action.
دراسة مهمة تتحدث عن نسبة 10% من الناس.
A study says that 10% of people have leadership skills, and 80% of people they don't have these skills. 10% of people, they don't have any leadership skills. But of course, there is a change when you train people to, they can have leadership skills, and even people who have leadership skills can be broken if, for example, we prevent our kids to speak. She was sick, and she came even when she was sick. Thank you very much for coming, Ms. Noor. One of the best speeches that she mentioned. This was in a book searching about a meaning. He studied these people who overcame the shocks. One of the reasons is that you have a talent that you feel that you will be special in. The other reason is that you have a beloved person that you want to be strong in front. And the third one is that you want to have an impact. Now people are looking for meaning. After Corona pandemic, the depression level is increasing. That's why people should learn how to discover their talents and to search about what their talents are, to invest on this. Sorry to interrupt, but everything is inspiring. And they lead sustainability. There are great percentages that they have, and of course they have great plans for future. Thank you again, Ms. Noor Al-Faqih. The next moderator is led by one of the environmental technology specialists. Thank you, Trad. I would like to thank Ms. Noor. And now we will move to the last discussion about youth and environment. Let's welcome Mr. Muhammad Al Yaqut, Certified Corporate Sustainability Professional. He has experience of Mr. Muhammad is in the University of Imam. Mr. Khalid Al-Safi, he is the Circular Carbon Economy Sector Manager, and he has awards for environmental projects. Also, Mr. Omar Al-Ajaji, Sustainability Consultant, GRI Trainer, and ESG and decarbonization. He has welcome all. As the last session in Environmental Compliance Forum, where we talked about everything, even about the youth role of the sustainable future, how can the youth of today support the youth of tomorrow to build a sustainable future? First of all, thank you for inviting us. First of all, when we say about environment, the first idea is the landscape, the beauty of nature. That we don't mention the desert when we talk about the landscape, but actually the term environment is deeper than that. The environment, of course, gives us the fundamentals of life. Of course, the air is important, food and water. But we don't feel that that the environment touches us directly, and as if the environment is different, as if I need to go outside the city in order to feel the environment. But actually, when we talk about this, we will notice that the environment or the landscape is a fundamental role in us or even our economy. This study, 55% of the international economy depend on the environment and the nature generally. So, on the nature and the environment, $44 trillion So these great numbers can tell us that the environment is very fundamental for the job opportunities and the business growth. So after all, to have a very great future for everyone. So we understand why is environment important. So why we as youth should focus on it. Of course, this youth will benefit from this in the future. This is a motivation for us that the future that we will live. The previous generations, thanks to them, but now we need to take the lead to prepare for our future. So these are the fundamental reasons to the youth to focus on the environment and think about it in a good way. Thank you all. Peace be upon all of you. I am very happy to attend here. Thank you for the National Center of Environmental Compliance. They always remind us that we are youth. Let's take this question on the national level of Vision 2030. Let's talk about the youth and environment. About the population, 70% of people are less than 35. That's why the Vision 23 gives the importance to the youth. If we talk about the environmental aspect, of course, also the vision it focuses, of course, on the environment. We all heard about the green Saudi Arabia and all of the plans of Saudi Arabia to reduce all the emissions in the coming years. Also, the interest of Vision 2030 of environment and increasing the landscape and protecting the environment. A green Saudi, more than 10 billion trees to be planted. I want to talk about the national level about this question. Thank you all. I am very happy to be part of the youth that work on sustainability. If we talk about the youth role, of course, it is significant. More than 70% of the population of Saudi Arabia is youth. So today, the goals of a Saudi citizen is increasing, and that's after the Vision 2030, because they raised the goals to become a leading country. Today, if we are talking about the targets of sustainable growth, we are talking about the companies or even citizens who are leading many countries, not only in one sector, but in the oil sector, for example, they are leading. In petrochemical sector also, they are leading. They are trying to reach out to the goals that are environmental, even in the energy, the renewable energy. In the last 6 or 7 years, these accomplishments cannot be applied unless the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made them. As a person who studied environmental engineering, can you tell us more about the education importance for the youth. Actually, this is the result of, first of all, from the house, and after that, the decision for the person to choose the specialty that they want based on all the specialties that are there. If we talk about before 2015, we will find that the specialties of environment are only few specialties, but today, thank God, we find out that in many universities, we find all the universities now they are offering specialized programs that are related to the environment, because today, of course, previously we had now we have more than 5 centers, environmental centers, such as the National Center of Environmental Compliance and other centers, of course, and under the cover of the Ministry of Environment. I think that generally the education system is improving rapidly, and thank God this is improved, such as Aramco. It has many programs, educational programs that support the environment. Of course, even we as the Saudi citizens are proud of. Of course, education is important to change the culture, or to change the culture in Saudi Arabia, and our presence here today is a proof for that we are trying to change to the best to achieve all the goals of Green Saudi. Mr. Khalid, you talked about the vision 23. To see the cities of Saudi Arabia, what are the opportunities to for the youth to work on this improvement? I think that this is the golden age for the youth to talk about the environment. Of course, youth and environment are fundamental in Vision 23. So now is the golden age for them. I want to summarize some of the opportunities for the youth to invest in. First one is to bring job opportunities for the youth. Of course, based on that, to have them, empower them, the youth can help. The other thing is education and training, to invest on education and training courses, for example, for sustainability and environment. This can give the youth opportunity. The third one is innovation. Of course, the climate change. We are starting to hear these terms nowadays. Of course, innovation in them are not a lot, so they can be opportunities. The last one is business leadership, and make these innovation from ideas to actions, and we can apply these on the environmental plans. Of course, we can't speak about the sustainable future without talking about the climate risks. About the climate risks in many regions in Saudi Arabia, how can these risks affect the youth? About climate changes, this is a very important topic for me. To clarify its effect on the future, we need to see the numbers that support this. I want to give, for example, as a youth, a Saudi youth, what are the effects that can happen because of the climate changes. So I will speak about 2 points. The first one is the increase of the temperature, and the other one is related to water. The temperature here in Saudi Arabia, of course, it is very high level of temperature, more than 50 degrees, and the global warming can be increased, and in English we say the heat stress. The heat stress can affect 50% of people here in Saudi Arabia, and this can affect their health and even in their production. Also, the other point related to the temperature, it can reduce the periods that the people can work outside, for example, or work out, and even entertainment. It's expected that the temperature will increase 4 times of what we have today, and this can affect a lot. The other point is the water and its effect. Saudi Arabia, of course, we suffer from water because of the climate changes. It's expected that it will the water will be affected negatively, of course, and the reduction of the raining, of course, everything can threaten the future of economy, and also the rise of the sea level. This is important because we today spoke a lot about the Red Sea region. Of course, there are many initiatives are based on protecting this region, and the effect on the climate change is really critical to change the water or the sea level, and this can affect the infrastructure and all the tourism projects that we are working on and investing in today. Also, the water, also the water heat can affect on that. So all of these factors that I mentioned, it's expected that the scenarios that we have is to have the temperature rising 4 times, and 12.2% can be the reduction of the economic growth. Also, it can be 4.8%. All of this temperature difference can affect really critically in the economic growth. I wanted to mention all of these points about the global warming and how the Saudi youth should be aware of all all of these investments, and it can affect the future in the country. Thank you, Mr. Omar. And you are an influencer. How can we raise the awareness among the youth? About raising awareness, of course, the individual cannot, will not start until they find that it can affect them directly. For example, the jobs, the future, the income, all of these are related to economy, and how we see that the global economy is depending on environment. So how can the individual be interested in protecting the environment? First of all, around them, just around them, what they can make, the activities they have. They should try to find better ways for the future. I will give you an example. Before a year, I took a decision that any technology product before 1,000 riyals, I will try to find something that is used, and this can reduce the consumption of the resource. So this is a personal initiative, and I met some people who are interested in this, and even they don't buy any used clothes, for example. And the commitment also about the transport. The electrical vehicles is important, or scooters, or this is a good solution. These are the first examples. The other thing is the work that you are making today. How to make your job sustainable, for example, or with few risk on the environment. For example, what you buy, you can try to assess environmentally for the companies. So this is an example that everyone can use just to reduce the risks of environment. You talked that you want to buy used clothes, for example. It's hard. This is related to the next question, Mr. Mohammed. What are the ways to that the youth can produce? First of all, thank you very much for this brave decision. Of course, the used, for example, tools to use, we try to improve in the community. We try to reduce the waste, for example, as much as we can, or reuse or recycle, for example, all of the tools or the devices that can be reused. And so I think that this is aligned completely with our religion, for example, that you should not be wasting, for example, water, even if you are on a running river. Of course, what our ancestors did is that they built everything by reusing things, for example, recycling and reusing the clean bags, for example, for the waste. So this is aligned with our culture and our religion. Also, it targets to reduce the waste and its effects. I believe that in case the environmental risks are clear for everyone, and there is a study in 2014 about the environmental change in Saudi Arabia, it was shocking because more than 86 billion riyals are related to the wastes and about the water that is not recycled well, etc. So now I cannot see the effect directly, but I can take these things and put them in the waste or the garbage bin, but in the sequence we will reach out to this waste will reach out to of course the emissions from the garbage bins is very great. So what's the cost for all of this is very great. So for Saudi Arabia, about the waste, only 80%. So 8 billions instead of taking this budget to a good thing, for example, or to be interested in other thing, for example, to talk about the green initiatives, for example, to help the growth in Saudi Arabia, sustainability. There is a point I would like to mention. Today, the idea of Saudi Arabia is sustainability in all the sectors, and if we see all the initiatives, for example, new company by saving the energy and everything. Also, the Red Sea group, they have the idea about improving the ecosystem, for example. Also, Al Qiddiya company, the entertainment should be sustainable, and Bar'aya company. All of these companies, they are working on this, and now I am proud that I am working in a company to reach out to 94% of these waste to reach out to the goal. We talked about the cycled economy. Can you talk about the carbon? How can it help the cities to be clever? The circular carbon economy is the same, and it is talking about managing the carbon emissions. I think that the role is very great to manage all the emissions, carbon emissions, and it depends on recycling or reusing or throughout this journey to the circular economy, there are many initiatives and many stakeholders who are interested in, and these activities can be used. Briefly, yes, the carbon circular economy role is great and very important. It's a Saudi program under the cover of energy program and for recycling and reusing. We will ask if there is any question. We can take questions. Actually, this is related to youth and awareness, and of course they spoke a lot about this. But I want to talk about social media and its effect. Now, people, when they are talking about environmental compliance, they don't have a good conception about the environmental compliance. So they cannot connect all of this to be very clear in their heads. What I can say is that if there is a national strategy for environment, and this strategy, we can have initiatives and projects so that they cover the social media and the media and all different types of media. We find that this is lost. We can't find this. When you say, for example, the Green Initiative, the Green Saudi Initiative, they think that it is related to the Environment Ministry. But of course, it has a target for even the Ministry of Energy, for example, for the renewable energy and so on and so that, for example. And at the same time, all of these targets are not clear for the people. Second, people don't know why Saudi Arabia take this initiative to plant 10 billion trees. Of course, because 1%, because Saudi Arabia is 1% of the world. So 1% of 1 trillion tree for Saudi Arabia. So Saudi is committing to the compliance in a worldwide level. So it's not just for protecting Saudi itself, but also for the whole world. So this it was a suggestion before many years from someone, a physician in a university. He said that to implant these trees can affect, and this was before. Thank you. Peace be upon all of you. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for hosting and for this forum, for organizing everything. I was talking about training projects that are related in environmental leadership. How can all of these be aligned to have organizations and to have sustainable projects about environmental compliance, environmental awareness, the projects to have the goals of Vision 2030 and about the national strategy of environment. I can answer this question. I want to give you a story. I will not answer you directly. There are 3 groups of researchers in the university who made a study about some tools. They started in a very good way. And today, this company, it's one of the leading companies, and this business model that happened before, between the National Center of Environmental Compliance and the National Center of and the partnership between these companies. Today, we are working with more than 200 of the cow's waste in NADIC company, and all of these wastes are reused as fertilizers, and this water rotation is 50% more than the regular fertilizers. So the ecosystem is aligned with everything. Of course, the Saudi company made the investment, and the private sector represented by NADIC, and of course the educational sector in the university to activate the ecosystem. And I think that now this is just an example. Of course, there are many stories to have the collaboration to work in the ecosystem. Thank you. I am an environmental engineer. I have a question about the climate change. I think that the climate change is something is an international concern. Of course, we will have a raising of the temperature and everything. We, as in Saudi Arabia, we started the first plans about sustainability and protecting the environment. How many years do we need to have this curve to reach out? 5 years or 10? We just need to know until when. Thank you very much for this question. About the raising of the temperature, I want to talk about it from the beginning. What is the idea? We are talking about the measure of raising temperature from our usage of 1,800 is the renew or the yearly measure. The Earth, we are talking about some years. For example, we have some periods that the temperature is rising about The reason about the emissions is depending on the production of these emissions. We have many gas, or 6 gas, and 3 of them, methane and CO2, and the third one I forgot now. These 3, they have, for example, the CO2 have only 100 years that it will stay in the air for 100 years. But the feedback law is, if the temperature is rising, it will have an effect. For example, the ocean, if the temperature is increasing, it will leak the CO2, for example, and this increases the level. But we hope, I cannot answer the question specifically, but we think that in 100 years, it may start to stabilize, and then, but at this moment it's increasing, the emission is increasing, so we are waiting. We need to wait for a very long time in order to be stabilized, and we are trying to stop these emissions in order to have the opportunity to improve. But we hope that, but it may be for the coming generations. Thank you. So our time is done. Thank you all. We are very proud to see youth in their 20s and 30s to speak in these numbers, and we are very proud, and we thank the environment, the center who chose all of these speakers. Imagine that 30 million people in Saudi Arabia, for example, to start these initiatives. We would like to cooperate and collaborate with the center. Imagine that, for example, if people go to the bathroom, for example, 6 times a day, if we have 2 liters, for example, you will reduce the usage of this water in each time you go there. For example, if we are talking about 12 liter times 30 million people, and for the whole year, more than 130 of water. Just in only a small initiative. We hope that it will be a campaign, but people, of course, they need to be to have entertainment and education at the same time. If we talk about this number, for example, how can it save for the companies, for example? We can give awards for people who were committed. for example. The other point about Sir Company, some people think that they compete with the private sector, but the kingdom is talking about less than 10%, and we are supporting, for example, about the fertilizers that he was talking about. For example, the youth were took this sample and they made some examples about them. And they prove that they are one of the best fertilizers in the world, and it's only a Saudi product, and of course what happened with Circ Company, you can use these for other messages. That's okay, I am interested in this field, so you can also invest in this and to have this support. Thank you very much for this forum, and thank you for the youth. This is the last session. It will be a fireside chat. In the name of Allah. You talked about the plastic containers in the ships, for example, to reduce the water. I am for more than 10 years working on this field. About what you mentioned, I want to clarify. It can be beneficial. If you have the liquid, of course, this is the percent. Even 1 liter is good working for us. It's a 3 liters. The flushing system that we have here in Saudi Arabia, it's more than 7 liters. So if you reduce it to 3 liters, it would be excellent. But what is interesting is the functionality. Is it correct or not? That's why we worked on, of course, I'm not talking now. I'm just here to attend, but I wanted to clarify that it can, because you will flush 2 or 3 times, so it's not successful. But now, thank God, from 2015 until now, we made a new system that's only in Saudi Arabia, and these 3 liters, no company in the whole world did this, only 2 or 3 companies. That's why we are in this system to reduce the usage of water, and thank God it's successful here, and many companies in the world just tried to communicate here. So of course, reducing is very important, such as the ministries and other entities. Me personally, working in this center, we have many programs that we worked on. This was interesting for me. Thank you, and sorry for interruption. This is important for us. If you have any initiative ideas, of course, it would be good to ask whether this initiative is good for the community or not. As mentioned by Mr. Attas, nothing is wrong. How can we learn from the mistakes, for example? Thank you very much. Our last session is for the founder of Ms. Nadia Al-Amoudi, the Executive Director, Strategy and Operational Excellence. It's the last session with the renewable energy. I would like to say thank you very much for organizing and for the ideas and for the speakers, for the content, for the good energy. They mentioned that the best speaker was Ms. Nadia. Thank you very much. And I think that this is a part of the communication skills that you have with your team, as if you are butterflies, because you have good energy and great energy. Thank you very much. Before we start, thank you very much. If we want to thank anyone, is for the great team who worked on this forum. All of our team and in the scientific committee that choose the speakers, specifically also to have this and to encourage all the audience to be here. And now we are at the evening of the second day. Thanks for everyone, and thank you for the partners. Thank you all, and thanks for the whole team for what you did. Of course, you give us great ambition, and for the whole guests and from us. Before the speakers, we would like to have other versions of this forum. Allow me to thank you, because the forums that are live can have mistakes, but thank God there are no any mistakes. For example, everyone, thank you very much for everyone. I would like to take your names and say all of your names. Thank you very much. At the end of these 2 days, what are the targets that you made for this forum, and did you achieve them? The first goal for this forum is to engage all of the, for example, NGOs, for the private sector and governmental entities, even the students. We achieved this target already. Of course, their enthusiasm and the number of people who participated in the next year for with the searches, and this is an indicator that the NC is that you made the target. We have the outcome, output, and impact. So we have the file, and we put the data on the file, and then we have the output. And after that, we have the outcome of what we will do with these results. And we heard a lot of things, integrated things brings many, for example, the mangrove trees, the Red Sea group, all of them have ideas. Will we find after this forum a way to connect these entities to work together and collaborate together? I think 100% yes, because the discussions that happened will be interesting for everyone, because many of the topics is related to the National Center of Environmental Compliance. We are 5 centers who are interested in working in environmental compliance, and that's what happened. That we are working on planning on the coming plans, and the collaboration between the governmental entities and the private sector. They are already there, but the forum is directing you to the win-win situations, because the big companies now that give the feedback that is very great, and they give an example for other companies to do as what they did, and this helped us to have more plans for the coming future for all the economy entities. What I heard from Mr. Muhammad about the fertilizers that they used, it was a collaboration between NADIC and CERC and the university. Can we make the world know about this center, for example? They mentioned that it can be not practical. Thank you for this question. I wanted to tell the whole audience that from the national strategy of environment is the innovation, and about these ministries, just for that there is a strategic plans for just innovation, and thanks for those who support these projects, and they even made all of these projects, and I confirm that soon we will have a portal for taking all of these ideas and study them to have new techniques for usage to protect the environment. As mentioned before, it can be an investment opportunity, for example. It can an idea for having other investments. Innovation is very important, and very soon we will find it implementing also. I hope that we will have a role to share them. The other point is that there was an idea, there was an initiative that needs supporting, but we didn't find the budget for that. How can we, as entities, responsible entities, some companies need exposure sometimes. So is there a way or collaboration to sponsor these initiatives, for example, and this cannot reach out to the community? I want to go back to what Ms. Sarah Mawad mentioned. She said that there is a platform to have all of the community opportunities. The governmental entities and for example, to have an initiative and to give the estimate budget, for example, and the NGOs can say, I can do this, and the private sector can choose the opportunity and bring the budget, for example, and in order to have all the NGOs reports to have and the platform can have all of these three, and also the human resource ministry work also in the ranking guidance to for each entity to reach out to each entity to know what is the rank for each company. Thanks to them for their efforts, and this is one of the great topics that were mentioned. There is an indicator for the community responsibility with Tadawul platform to talk about these indicators. We want to give you the opportunity in less than 5 minutes to ask. Until the mic will come to you. We mentioned that it is important to have the community strategy for environment. It is so we in the center is one of the recommendation results for the environmental media. And this was mentioned with Dr. Saud. How can each entity have training programs for each the journalists, for example, and we can raise awareness so that they will be specialized in everything, because it is a hard topic. If it was entertainment in it, it can be better. For example, if I cannot reach the information for a 6-year-old, then how can have the effect? I have a question. I have a question, and I have a clarification for what you mentioned. I think that the ministry now talked about the innovation, for example, and this is just a clarification. I want to focus on the emissions, the carbon emissions. Of course, the report before 2 years, this report was translated in all the languages, and it talked about the environmental status. Now, when we see the carbon emissions that affect the climate changes, it comes 40% of the transport sector, for example. The another sector was the sector of the emissions from the servers of data in the computers all over the world. This was 10%. Now, if we are looking on the data, In 2016, it reached out to Zettabyte, which this generation is Zeta, and it can be doubled each year. That's why the data that we have now, International Data Corporation, reached out to 120 zettabyte, which means in the next year it will reach out to 200 until we reach out to 2 yottabyte that we cannot imagine. These are emissions. I'm not talking in Saudi Arabia, I'm talking internationally. Now Saudi Arabia is hosting yearly in the UN a program that is that we have each year, and this is related to the UN. I would like that you will put this as a subject in the agenda. I don't know how to handle this. Thank you very much. And of course, this is a very important note. And I promise that the report will be under study. And even with our partners, thank you very much for this. And it will be implemented, hopefully. A last word after we conclude. I would like to thank you all, and I am very proud to be in the first environmental center, and I thank everyone who came and everyone who listened to us, and I confirm that anyone who participated, we are interested in all of your participations. Thanks for all the sponsors who sponsored this forum, for each the companies who gave the opportunity and who fund everything, for Sustainability Cafe and the great idea by the students and the expertise and representatives for many environmental companies. Everything there was really great and it was innovative. Thanks for everyone who participated and gave from their time and effort for this forum. And starting with the CEO, I send you his thanks for everything you did today. I thank you specifically because you added a great spirit in the second day of the forum. Thank you very much because you added a great touch. Thank you very much. This is of course, the place and the time and the speakers, they are inspiring, and they gives the opportunity for everyone to put their touch. So this forum is established to become one of the best or the great international forums. We hope that all of their participation is documented so that we can publish them, and that's why Saudi Arabia gave them the opportunity, and now we will still the world look at our students and how they are interested in these things, and of course nothing is impossible, and we are sure that the whole world will see it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will have a green future. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming until the end of the day to hear the whole content. Thank you very much.